Commerce. For today's inaugural session, we have with us Dr. Ajay Bhamre, IC Dean of Commerce, Mumbai University, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairperson of Board of Studies, English, Mumbai University, Dr. Dolly Sunny, Chairperson of Board of Studies, Economics, Mumbai University, Dr. Madhavi Nikam, Academic Council Member, Mumbai University, Dr. Arvind Dubare, Principal, Mutha College, Vasai, Dr. Vilas Gaikar, Vice Principal, CHM College, Dr. Vikas Subare, Assistant Professor, Head of the Department of Economics, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Dr. Polkowski, Adjunct Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Kharkov University of Applied Sciences in Jelena Gora, Poland. Welcome, sir. Honorable Shri Prakash Mutha, sir, Chairman of St. Hirachan Mutha Shaikshanic Trust, Mrs. Shruti Vaikar, former Principal, SH Mutha College, Mrs. Vaishali Kokle, Convener of the National Conference and IC Principal of SH Mutha College, all the delegates and my dear colleagues. St. Hirachan Mutha Shaikshanic Trust was established in the year 2002 with the missionary zeal of providing the facility of higher education to the students in Kalyan and villages in the periphery. The institute is affiliated to the University of Mumbai, Maharashtra. The institute underwent 2 assessment cycles by NAC. The institute is committed to provide affordable quality education with the changing demands of time with excellent amenities like laboratory, computer lab, conference room, gymnasium, and library with e-technology, spacious and airy lecture halls, lush green campus. The institute is imparting higher education in the fields of arts, science, and commerce, considering the diverse needs of the present youth. Before starting the session, I would like to share some glimpses of the institution. Thank you, team. It is our tradition and strong belief that before starting every work, we seek blessings of God. So let us dedicate a poem to Goddess Saraswati. Mother, we pray for the blessings with all humanity. Give us wisdom to make this world a better place. May the truth prevail. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of self-realization. Amen. Thank you. I would like to request Mrs. Vaishali Gokhale, IC Principal and Convener of International Conference of SH Mutha College, to present welcome address.
Mutha Trust, St. Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science. Our college chairman, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, keynote speaker, Dr. Polkowski from the Poland, who is the adjunct professor, Department of Humanities and the Social Science, University of Applied Science in Jelenia Gora, Poland. Our advisory committee, Dr. Ajay Bhamre, in charge Dean of Commerce, Mumbai University, Dr. Dolly Sunny, Chairperson of Board of Studies, Economics, Mumbai University, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairman of Board of Studies, of English Department, Mumbai University. Dr. Arvind Ubale, Principal, Mutha College, Vasai. Mrs. Shruti Vaikar, former Principal of Sethirachan Mutha College. Dr. Vikas Ubale, sir. Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Dr. Vikas Gaikar, all resource persons, accuracy coordinator, organizing team of the college, HOD of all departments, all teachers, all invitees, paper presenters, well-wishers, and all those are present over here. I welcome you all in the today's international conference. Our Sethirachan Mutha College Shaikshanik Trust was established in 2002. Our institute providing facilities of higher education to the students in Kalyan and the village at the periphery. The institute is affiliated to the Mumbai University in Maharashtra state. The institute accredited with the NAC second cycle with the B grade. The institute is committed to provide quality education with the changing demand of time with excellent amenities like laboratory, computer lab, conference rooms, gymnasium, library with e-technology spacious and airy lecture halls. The institute is imparting higher education in the field of arts, science, and commerce. In science, CSIT, BSc, then commerce, self-financing, and the core courses. We believe in the quality education and overall development of the students. Considering this, our well-qualified and the efficient staff lays emphasis on the extra and curricular activities along with the academic studies. Our college always organizing the seminars, webinars, and conferences and the different activities on the different topics. In December 2021, we had a national conference. At that day only, we decided for the next conference and see the result is. Today, we arrange an international conference on the global impact of collision between the Russia and Ukraine on economy. For the Ukraine and Russia war is triggering global ripple effect through the multiple channels, including the commodity markets, trade, financial flows, displaced people, and the market confidence. The initial global economic impact is primarily been through the commodity markets. Prices for the commodities that Russia and Ukraine supply, including energy, wheat, fertilizers, and some metals, are sharply higher. In many emerging markets and the developing economies, rising food and the energy prices are exacerbating for poverty, and in some cases, food insecurity and the inflation pressures are there already building. And the other many things are impact on this economy. Considering all these factors, the institute decided to provide a platform where the research scholars, faculty members, and the students can express their views pertaining to the present scenario of the world economy is facing due to the collision between the Russia and Ukraine. Again, I welcome you all in the today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I would like to request Honorable Shri Prakash Mutha sir, Chairman of SH Mutha Shakshanik Trust, to share his words of wisdom.
Thank you, madam. A very good morning, one to all. I would like to welcome all the dignitaries for today's international conference, Global Impact of Collision between Russia and Ukraine on Economy. Today's keynote speaker, Dr. Polko Waski, Poland, advisory committee members, organizing committee members, paper presenters, and students. I will not take much time to introduce regarding our college and all these things because madam had already said and introduced you. I have registered educational trust in year 2002 by giving name of my father, Sethirachan Mutha Educational Trust. He was successful businessman. We both had seen the dream to provide quality education from KG to PG. What is my aim to organize this conference? My aim is organize this conference to provide the knowledge to my staff and student. It's a current affairs of the world. That's why I organized this conference, so we can know about the Russia war and Ukraine war. अभी हम देखेंगे कि ये जो वार हमारे पास हुआ, ये वार क्यों हुआ, इसका मुख्य कारण क्या था। इसका मुख्य कारण था कि यूक्रेन को नाटो का सदस्य होना था, और यूक्रेन एक समय में रसिया का भाग था, और रसिया नहीं चाहता था कि यूक्रेन जो है जो नाटो का सदस्य बने, क्योंकि रसिया के अपने कुछ एम एंड एम्बिशंस थे, और उसका एक पहले से ही दुख था कि वो उससे अलग हो गया। लेकिन आज ये जो वॉर हुआ है, उसका इम्पैक्ट पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमी पे और भारत की इकोनॉमी पे क्या हुआ है, उसके बारे में हम एक चर्चा करेंगे। और ये चर्चा के अंदर इससे क्या हमारे सजेशंस होंगे, आप एक से एक एक्सपर्ट्स लोग हैं, यू विल गिव योर सजेशंस, दैट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल फॉर द वर्ल्ड, आई थिंक सो। अब देखिए, हम अगर रसिया की बात करें तो रसिया तेल उत्पादक में दुनिया का तीसरा स्थान है, गैस उत्पादन में दुनिया में दूसरा स्थान है, कोलसा उत्पादन में दुनिया में तीसरा स्थान है, गेहूं उत्पादन में दुनिया में प्रथम स्थान है, और खाद की बात करें फर्टिलाइजर तो दुनिया के अंदर दूसरा स्थान है। यूक्रेन की बात करें तो गेहूं उत्पादन में दुनिया का 5वां स्थान है, मक्का के अंदर 5वां स्थान है, तीसरा स्थान है, और सनफ्लावर जो ऑयल मिल है जो खाने के लिए काम आता है, वो पूरी दुनिया के अंदर रशिया और यूक्रेन सप्लाई करता है। अब ये वार के कारण और रसिया के ऊपर कुछ आर्थिक प्रतिबंध लगा दिया गया सिफ्ट की तरफ से। अब वो आर्थिक इकोनॉमिकली जो प्रतिबंध बैंकों के ऊपर लगा गया है, उसके वहां का जो प्रोडक्शन है वो इफेक्ट हो गया है, और सप्लाई इफेक्ट हो गई है, और उसके कारण ऑयल के और जितना भी उनका प्रोडक्शन था उसके रेट्स बढ़ गए हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट की प्रॉब्लम्स हो गई हैं, और जो भी युद्ध की सामग्री वगैरह जो थी वो अभी दुनिया के अंदर सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है, क्योंकि ये कुछ बातों में रसिया और यूक्रेन दोनों इसके अंदर बहुत बड़ी सप्लाई करते थे। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे बड़े अगर अर्थव्यवस्था की बात करें तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा इफेक्ट हुआ है, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान 85% जो क्रूड या कच्चा ऑयल है वो बाहर से इंपोर्ट करता है। अब इंपोर्ट तो पहले से ही करता था और अभी भी कर रहा है, लेकिन उसकी प्राइस हाइक होने के कारण हमारी जो इकोनॉमी है वो बहुत बड़ी इससे इफेक्ट हो गई है। और उसका यही कारण है कि डॉलर वर्सेस रुपीस की अगर वैल्यू देखें तो हमारे रुपए की वैल्यू बहुत घट गई है, और ये सब बातें हमें देखने को मिल रही है। आज ज्यादा समय नहीं लेते हुए हमने इसलिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आज आयोजन किया कि आप सब लोग अपने वैल्यूबल सजेशंस यहाँ देंगे, उसके ऊपर डिस्कस होगा, और एक निष्कर्ष, एक निचोड़ निकलेगा कि दुनिया को किस तरफ जाना चाहिए। माय बेस्ट विशेस टू ऑल ऑफ यू पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स, एंड माय सिंसियर थैंक्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू advisory committee and organizing committee. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views and enlightening us on the different areas which has impacted due to the Russia-Ukraine war. Moving further, it is indeed an honor that today we have with us very intellectual, eminent personality as a keynote speaker for this inaugural session, Dr. Polkowski. Before taking the opportunity of listening our today's keynote speaker, I would like to take privilege to introduce our today's speaker. Dr. Polkowski has completed his doctorate in economics from Wroclaw University of Science and Technology. He is an adjunct professor of WSG University, Bydgoszcz, professor of UJW at Faculty of Social and Technical Sciences, and rector and representative for International Cooperation and Erasmus Plus program at the Wyszykowski University of Polkowice, Poland. Since 2019, he is associated as adjunct professor in Department of Business Intelligence in Management, Wroclaw University of Economics and Business, Poland. Moreover, he is a visiting professor in University of Pitești, Romania, the Carconci University of Applied Sciences in Jelena Gora, Swami Sadanand School of Management, Bhavnagar, India, and adjunct professor in Marwadi University, Swami Sadanand College of Commerce and Management, Bhavnagar, India. He is the former dean of the Technical Science faculty during the period 2009 to 2012 at UZZM in Lubin. He holds a PhD degree in computer science and management from Wroclaw University of Technology, postgraduate degree in microcomputer systems in management from University of Economics in Wroclaw, and postgraduate degree IT in education from the Economics University in Katowice. He obtained his engineering degree in computer system and industry from Technical University of Zielona Góra. He has published more than 130 papers in journals, 35 conference proceedings, including more than 55 papers in journals indexed in the Web of Science, Scopus IEEE. Dr. Polkowski is co-author of 10 books which have been published in Springer and CRC Press, Taylor and Francis. He served as a member of Technical Program Committee in many international conferences, journals in Poland, India, China, Iran, Syria, United Kingdom, Romania, Turkey, and Bulgaria. Till date, he has delivered over 70 invited talks at different international conferences across various countries. He is also the member of the Board of Studies and expert member of Doctoral Research Committee in many universities in India. He is also the member of the editorial board of several journals and served as a reviewer in a wide range of international journals. His area of interest includes IT in business, IoT in business and education technology. He has successfully completed a research project on developing the innovative methodology of teaching business informatics funded by the European Commission. He also owns an IT SME consultancy company in Polkowice and Lubin, Poland. Dear all, there are many feathers in his cap, but due to time constraint, I'm winding the introduction as we rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to the words of great personality like Dr. Polkowski. So let us have the privilege of listening him. Without further ado, I invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Polkowski.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, my friends, Indian friends, for the invitation for this conference. And let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today I'm going to say a few words about impact of the war between Russia and Ukraine on economy, but I'm going to concentrate on my country, on Poland, but also on Europe. So this is the agenda of my presentation, few words I'm going to say about my university, Poland, Europe, and my city. Why? Because if I tell you something about Poland, Europe, you will understand why in Poland and Europe some countries behave on this way, as you know from newspapers, from television, etc. But the most important part will be impact of the war between Russia and Ukraine on economy in Poland, as I said. Also, at the end of my presentation, in a few words, I will tell you about my collaboration between me and let's say Indian universities, colleges, etc. And then my personal conclusion. During this presentation, I'm going to express my personal opinion. So this map is showing a situation with universities in Poland. As you see, we have many universities, but you have heard that in this moment, I work in 4 Polish universities. In Polkowice, here, Wrocław, Bydgoszcz, and Jelenia Góra. Part of them are big, part of them are small, but all of them are great. Today, I'm going to represent the university from Jelenia Góra, the Karkonosze University of Applied Sciences. So This university has been created in 1999, as you see, and based on the foundation of the teacher training college, foreign languages teacher. So it means this university is quite strong in lectures, in classes based on English. So what is quite important. So a few photos from this place. This is part of our building. As you see, architecture is different. So today we have some faculties which I'm showing you. Just take a look. So we have some international collaboration with many countries. But if you take into account the slide, you will notice that we are concentrated on Europe. So let me say a few words about Europe, how I'm treating my country in Europe. So probably you know that Europe in this moment has many members. This is like one big country which contains many small countries such as Czech Republic, Denmark, Germany, Greece, Slovakia, Romania, Poland, etc. So what it means and which influence it has for economy. So you could be good if you understand the concept of EU. So it means, for example, I'm from Poland. So, and I'm a citizen of Poland, but also I'm citizen of Europe. It means that I can work in Germany, Denmark, Czech Republic, Italy as a professor without any restrictions. And in those countries, people, institutions have to treat me in the equal way like citizens of Germany, Denmark, etc. What's more, we don't have any checkpoints, borders between countries inside of Europe. So it means I can travel from Poland to Germany, and I'm living just 100 kilometers from Germany, and nobody will stop me, nobody will control me. And so it means I can be in Germany and I can recognize that I'm Germany because people will speak in different language and I see different words. So that's all. Also, if you have business in Poland, you can do the same business in Germany, like a German company. So it means we have some freedom of economy of inside of Europe. So on the one hand, we are quite independent and we have own languages, we have own culture. On the other hand, we have one big common market. We are like one big family. So that's why, please understand in this situation which we have, that we are still together like members of family. So something more about international contacts. As you see, we are concentrated on Europe, but please take into account that we have very good relations with Ukraine. What is interesting, when war in Ukraine has started, in our universities in Poland and in this university in Jelenia Góra, we have organized some, rooms, some support for refugees from Ukraine. And even in our dormitory, even in this moment, we have so many Ukrainian refugees, Ukrainian people, mostly women and children. So I want to emphasize children and women. Okay, so something more about Poland, flag, symbol, and few words about place where I live. I told you that I work in 4 Polish universities, but quite interesting is location. I'm living in Polkowice, in this moment in Polkowice, and take a look. To German border, I have 100 kilometers, to Czech Republic border, 100 kilometers, and Jelenia Góra is located just 20 kilometers from Czech Republic border. But let me emphasize, we don't have any checkpoints. So it means border without any border. We can travel, we can feel freedom in context of travel, in context of business, in context of education. What is interesting, our Polish students can study in Germany, in Denmark, and they can get some scholarship, same like students from those countries. So it means that we have one common economic market, one common economic system. So more information about Poland. Poland, if you compare to India, is not a big country. It has just 38 million of citizens. So what is interesting, mostly people are working in services. Take a look, services, this is a 63%. Industry, 42, but agriculture, no. So in the past, agriculture was very important in Poland and Europe, but now, so frankly speaking, this business is not good. What is interesting, in the past, my family had farms, but it turned out that it's better to change domain of business, and now most of my members of family are working in services and industry. So let's go ahead. So you have more information. So what is interesting, this slide is probably from 2019, and unemployment rate in that time was 4.8. But even now, during this dramatic situation in Ukraine, we have just 2.7. So it means if somebody wants to work, will not have any problems to find job. Well-educated people don't have any small problems to find job, and they have some quite good salary, good money to live and to work. Why I'm saying this? Because you could be good if you understand that in Europe, in this moment, we are feeling that we have quite good standard of living, quite good standard of working, and we don't have any business to fight with anybody. What's more, in Poland and Ukraine and Europe, mostly the family life is the most important. We treat with respect human being and animals, trees, flowers, like you in India. We are very peaceful people. And if we have good conditions to live, to work, so please understand, we are not aggressive. We are very friendly people, and we are trying to build the best international connection with all countries, all religions, etc. Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So everything is going okay, yeah? You don't have any problems to understand my accent and my
Sir,
English?
no problem regarding accent, but your voice is little bit low.
Okay. So I will try to speak louder, okay?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead. So, few photos from my city where I live. Take a look, we have many business companies from, for example, Germany. In my city, Volkswagen is located. We have good infrastructure, good buildings. But what is interesting, because of good economy, our public transport in Polkowice and Lubin is totally free of charge for everybody. So it means if you visit my city, you will travel without any tickets, and some people are surprised how you can travel even between cities without tickets. And who is paying for it? Who is paying? Answer is easy. Volkswagen, CCC, and many other companies, because we have given for them land, they have built factories, and now they are paying taxes, and we are using those taxes to give some better conditions to live for our citizens, for our happiness. So more photos about Poland. I'm not going to comment those photos. I just will show you. And after my presentation, I will share this presentation to organizers of this conference. So if somebody is interested, will have chance to click these links and you will see something more about my country. So just I'm showing you some photos. This photo is quite interesting. This is symbol of Second World War, Auschwitz-Birkenau. So this is a concentration camp which has been created by Germans. And during Second War, Germans have been killed 2 million of people, mostly Jewish people and Gypsies. So that's why Polish people still remember war and what war means. So that's why we really want to live in peace. We don't want to fight with anybody. So more photos. Salt mine in Wieliczka. Animals. Streets. Warsaw. Krakow. And something about Europe. As I said before, Europe is a set of small countries, so it means EU contains many countries. And this website, which I'm showing you, is the most important for all people who want to visit, who want to do business with us, etc. So if you are interested, I'm asking you, please go to this portal and you will get a lot of information about Europe. So next, and take a look. Few countries are not members of EU in this moment, Switzerland and Norway, and as you know, UK. But what is interesting, UK, even in this moment, is supporting Ukraine very much. So it means in this moment, it's not member of EU, but is supporting. The same Norway, the same Switzerland. So something about economics. Poland and Ireland, Romania, Hungary, they are leaders if we are talking about economy in Europe. But many people from outside of Europe, they are convinced that Germany, France, UK, they are strong. It's true, but you have to understand that if we take into account statistic data and standard of living, Poland is in this moment leader. So now this is quite interesting, I think. As you see, economic forecast for this year in context of war in Ukraine. Even if we have this situation, tragic situation, Poland is leader, Norway, UK, Ireland, Spain, Portugal, and you see. But take a look what we have in Ukraine, -35. So it means this country has been demolished even in this moment, yeah, in context of economy. So now, can you hear me better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead. So what's more, unemployment rate. This is from May 2017. Take a look, Poland, 4.8. Spain, oh, not good. Greece, the same. France, good. Yeah, you see. But not good. I'm sorry, because this is unemployment. So it means jobless people. But take a look in this moment, in June, during this conflict, Poland has just 2.7. What is interesting, we have in this moment 3 million of refugees from Ukraine, but still rate of unemployment is very low, 2.7. So this is great. So it's showing us that Polish government is doing very good job for our citizens and for friends from Ukraine. So something about inflation. So this is a big problem in this moment in Poland and probably in India and Europe. Take a look in September 15. But in the past, we didn't have so big problems with inflation. But before 1997, we have also high rate of inflation. So what was before this year? Before this year, I could say that our economy was a post-communist economy. In 1991, communism has collapsed, and in communism, we were very poor. We had very bad economy. We had very bad standard of living, etc. When communism collapsed, take a look, we are still developing, and again we have inflation just in this year because of this crisis war in Ukraine. So, as I told you, in Poland and Europe, we don't have any problems with jobs. So it's showing us, again, let me emphasize, if we have very good standard of living, if everybody has jobs, why we should, to create any conflicts? No, we just want to be friends for everybody. We want to have peace in all countries. So, few words about influence of Ukraine war on Poland. So what is interesting in this moment, Ukrainian language in Poland is everywhere. Even almost all website. This is a website of Ministry of Economy. Everything is written in Ukrainian language because, as I said, in this moment, we have over 3 million of people in my country. So what is interesting, Ukrainian friends are everywhere. For example, yesterday I had appointment, medicine appointment, and I've been talking to the doctor. And it turned out that assistant is from Ukraine. And she was speaking Polish very well, but I have recognized that she is from Ukraine because of very soft, specific accent, but it wasn't easy to recognize for me. So it means that Ukrainian people have adopted in Poland very well, and they work in many places, as I said, in a supermarket, in social care institutions. And let me give you next example. My friend who is a businessman and who has a transportation company, he has 20 employees and 15 of them are from Ukraine. So it means that probably Ukrainian friends will stay in Poland for many years and they will work with us. They will learn Polish language, and I think they will be like a members of our family, Polish family. So what is interesting, in all universities in Poland, you will find a lot of students from Ukraine, so many students. And in many universities, We have organized for them some special courses, Polish courses, English courses, etc. And it gives them to some chance to survive this tragic situation. So even in all banks, if you open website, you will see two languages, Polish language and Ukrainian language. Sometimes you will not see English language, but Ukraine is important. So this is website of one of the biggest bank of in Poland. So in Poland, our government is doing good job to help women and children, mostly from Ukraine, and also for some Ukrainian organization, people, companies, and we have some special portal for them. If they need some support, they can choose some option, and they will be redirected to appropriate institution, organization, which will help them. So, but take a look, this is in English, but also if you go to this website, you will see that it has 3 languages, Polish, English, and Ukrainian language. So in all supermarkets in Poland, you will see some, let's say, information that we are collecting money, we are collecting products, food, and after that, some special organization are sending foods and money to Ukraine to support ordinary people. Also, I would like to tell you that all refugees in Poland are treated with respect by my government, and they have almost, I think, the same rights like Polish citizens. So I want to emphasize that we understand the tragic situation which they have. So now I'm showing you how many people are employed in Poland. As I told you, we have 3 million of refugees, but 359,000 of people are employed in companies, institutions, in businesses in Poland. As you see near Warsaw, the biggest number, and in my part is 37,000 citizens of Ukraine. So it means we can meet Ukrainian people, friends everywhere. So let's say again about refugees. As you see, to Poland moved 3 million, exactly 690,000 of Ukrainian people. To Slovakia, almost 500,000. Hungary is Hungary, 700,000. Romania, 600, almost 600. And Moldova, 500,000. Together, it means approximately 7 million of people from Ukraine had to move from Ukraine outside of this country because of this war. So it means those people have influence for economy on those countries which I'm showing you. So interesting example of city. This is a capital of my region, Wrocław. So this city in this moment has 800,000 of inhabitants, but almost 200 of inhabitants are from Ukraine. So it means, so in each institution, in each place, you will see Ukrainian people. But what is interesting, we have in this city 40,000 of children from Ukraine. So you have to be aware that this war have impact for ICT market. So as you have heard, I'm IT specialist, and there are some impact. If we are talking about time frame, it can be short term, medium term, and long term. As you see, the biggest impact is on short term and medium term, and there are some many categories. Long term, not too much in this moment, but we can not predict in this moment what will be in the future. So what is interesting in context of IT, I can tell you that cryptocurrencies, it turned out it's quite important in Europe because of this crisis, and for many things, some people can pay using cryptocurrencies, bitcoins, Ethereum, etc. In Europe and Poland is totally legal. So I don't know how it's in India, but this slide is presenting that if you want to donate Ukraine, you can pay some donations, some money using cryptocurrencies, as you see, and Bitcoin and Ethereum is at the beginning. Also, we have to be aware in context of this conflict, deep web and dark web is very important, because so we have to be aware that part of activities are doing using official channels, and part of them are doing using unofficial channels. It means deep web, dark web, and those technologies have impact for economy as well. So something about darknet. So take a look. So if you see this diagram, you can notice that some people were using those technology in, let's say, this using on this level, as I'm showing. But when this military conflict has started, it turned out that so many people started to use those technologies. So social media is quite important technology, IT technology, which has influence for this military conflict, but for economy as well. This slide is presenting some information, but so take a look. This is a quite tragic information about children. Children are totally, and women, not innocent people. So also you have to be aware that IT is using for fake news. So by some, institutions, by some newspaper, television, etc., not information are true. So that's why it's good to use many sources to have true information. As I said, we are neighbors of Ukraine, so I would say that we have some true information directly from Ukrainian about this conflict. So Polish trade balance before war. As you see, we were doing a good business. We have exported many of things, mostly to West Europe and East Europe, and we have imported some things from Russia and UK, as you see, Netherlands, and this small country. But when this military conflict has started, the situation has totally changed, probably you know how. Okay, so something about Ukraine export to Poland. As you see, we have good economic relations with Ukraine. But when this conflict has started, take a look. So this situation is not good, but I think in a few months, when this war will finish, we will work together and we will help Ukraine to rebuild this country, to recover buildings, to recover some institutions, to help them. So it means we will have good, relations, better relations, even we have very good relations right now. So next information about some, index prices. So prices because of this war are going high, are going up. So I don't know how is in India, probably similar because of cost of fuel, gas, etc., and energy resources. So this is a next slide, which is showing investment value. And as you see, in this year, we slow down. We have less investments. So now a few words about my collaboration between Poland and India. So we have to be aware that each military conflict will have, and it has a not positive impact for international collaboration in all areas. So that's why. So we believe in Poland and Europe that we have to keep good relation with foreigners, with countries from outside of Europe as well. So, and I'm just going to show you a few slides about my effects of international collaboration. So what is interesting, so far I have visited India almost 10 times, and I'm going to visit India again soon. So it's showing us that we really treat your country with respect. We are really admire your students, your professors, and we are really interested in to collaborate and to keep good contacts with you. So more effects. So what is interesting, 4 weeks ago, delegation from Marvadi University, Rajkot, has visited Poland, and I was supporting them to visit many universities and to establish some educational contacts with Polish universities. But my first visit was in 2015. And in this moment, I can say that I treat India as my second home. So my Indian brother, Professor Nitul Datta, during visit in Poland, he has spent in Poland, thanks my support, over 5 months. And he is my postdoc student. So next professor from Barodra, Agnieszka Juria, 2016 in Poland. So more information. So as you see, I'm an adjunct professor in Marvadi University in Rajkot. So some information for you. If you want to keep good relations with my country, with Europe, So please visit website which I showed you about Europe at the beginning, but also this website is important. You can find some information about the possibilities of collaboration between countries. This is quite important program, Erasmus Plus. This is unique. So what is interesting, if university is member of this Erasmus Plus program, your students can study, for example, one semester in Germany, second semester in Sweden, the next semester in Italy, etc. So thanks to this program, our students in Europe have international exposure. So next information, important for you, you have to be aware that India can be member of this Erasmus Plus program as well. So I'm showing you some website. I suggest you to visit this website. Maybe you can start to apply for some funds from this program. Next organization which is supporting international collaboration between India and Europe. So this is quite interesting program for young people who want to businessmen in Europe. Some companies are organizing some summer internship for students from abroad. And so far, in my company, I hosted over 90 students from Norway, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary. And many companies, they are, helping, they are teaching students how to do business abroad. So that's why, as I said at the beginning, you have to understand concept of Europe. On the one hand, we are separated country. On the other hand, we are one big country, Europe. We speak different languages, but we have common business market, common economy. So internationalization is the main driving force to development of higher education in the world, but also is quite important to improve economy in each country. In Poland, we have National Academic Exchange Agency, and this agency is supporting some students and professors from abroad to do some research inside of our country and Europe. Okay, next organization. Okay, now let me conclude my speech. War in Ukraine has negative impact for internationalization in universities. As you see, in this moment, we have a less, let's say, international visit, and we are concentrated on support to Ukraine. As I said, in many dormitories in Poland, we have some refugees from Ukraine, etc. So this is very negative impact. So what's more, we have so many students in this moment from Ukraine in Polish universities, but I have not seen any student in this moment from Russia in Polish university. In those universities where I work, I haven't met them. They are disappeared. Poland and countries in Europe help Ukraine almost in all areas: economy, education, tourism, etc. Transportation, not tourism, because it's not nice and difficult to say in this moment about tourism and tourist attraction. It doesn't make sense, but I mean transportation. Ukrainians and Ukraine language are present all over Poland, everywhere, every day. I see them. and we treat them like Polish citizens. Impact of the war between Russia and Ukraine on economy in Poland is very negative, but still our economy is in good condition, and we believe that we will survive and everything will be fine very soon. But the tragic thing is that innocent children, women, ordinary people for whom life and family life is important, they are dying. They are dying. They are losing lives. That is why Europe and Poland helps, and will help Ukraine. Thank you very much, my friends.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insight on the topic. Moving ahead. Well, the best and beautiful things in the world cannot be seen and even touched. They must be felt by heart. Thank you is one such prayer. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable advisory committee members, Dr. Ajay Bhamre, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Dr. Dolly Sani, Dr. Arvind Dubare, Dr. Vilas Gaikar, Dr. Madhavi Nikam, Dr. Vikas Subare, and Shruti Vaikar, Madam. I feel the words are not enough to thank for their consent, constant guidance, and support to shape the conference. I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Polkowski, for his words of wisdom. Even though he has busy schedule, he spared his valuable time with us. It will be privilege to listen you again in future events. I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Prakash Mutha, Chairman of St. Hirachan Mutha Shaikshanik Trust, the driving force for the Institute, without whose support and guidance, any event could not be a success. Thank you, sir, for being always supportive and encouraging us. I would also like to thank Mrs. Vaishali Gokhale for her support and guidance. I also extend my sincere thanks to delegates who blessed us with their presence to make this conference a grand success. I further extend my thanks to all the committee members for their dedication to make this event successful. Thank you all. Respected dignitaries, here we are going to conclude our inaugural session, and we will start the plenary session in no span of time. I would like to invite Ms. Dipti Naik for further proceedings of the conference. Thank you. Thank you, madam. So we are waiting for the plenary session speakers to join. In 5 minutes, we'll start the plenary session. honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected teachers and students, a very good morning to one and all. I, Professor Ruchi Naik, HOD of Commerce Department, with a great honor and pleasure welcoming you all on behalf of Saint Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science for this international conference on global impact of collision between Russia and Ukraine on economy. Now we are moving forward towards the plenary session of the conference. For this session, we have eminent and high principal Dr. Dolly Sunny Madam as our honorable chairperson, who is director of Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, chairperson of Board of Studies Economics, Mumbai University member, Academic Council member of Mumbai University, and many more. We are having a resource person, Mr. Omkar Mane sir, who has been associated with the newspapers like Daily Sakar, Maharashtra Times, Maharashtra Dinman as a freelance writer. Dr. Ashok Chitte sir, Maharashtra National Law College, Mumbai University, and Assistant Professor of English as an honorable resource person. It's a great pleasure to welcome such noted personality as our guest of honor today. A warm welcome to all honorable guests. Here we are going to start plenary session of today's conference. Now I would like to request Ms. Sushmita Soni Madam to introduce our first resource person, Mr. Omkar Mane sir. Sushmita ma'am, over to you.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Ms. Sushmita Soni from St. Hirachan Mutha College, Kalyan. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce and welcome today's well-accomplished resource person of plenary session, Mr. Omkar Mane sir. Sir has completed BA in History from Mumbai University, MA in International Relations from Symbiosis International University, Pune, and postgraduate course in Defense and Foreign Policy Analysis from Takshashila Institute. He has also completed 7 levels of diploma in Spanish language and having working knowledge of Mandarin. Sir is working as freelance writer and having work experience in newspaper writing, especially in Delhi Sakar, Maharashtra Times, and Maharashtra Dinman. Sir has also work experience in web portals, that is the Wire. Sir had accompanied with many projects and internships such as workshop on history syllabus at Vijay Kelkar College, Mulund, Mumbai, paper presentation on evolution of Khadi and India's independence movement at Vijay Kelkar College, Mulund, Mumbai, participated in Latin America Symposium, Symbiosis International University, Pune, internship of 6 months in creative curriculum writing at Podar Education Network, Mumbai, internship of 3 months in cybersecurity aspects at China Center for Studies, Mumbai, written research paper on cybersecurity aspects and dissertation on comparative study of cyber capabilities in Asia. Sir has also organized Drama Fest at Vijay Kelkar College, Mulund, Mumbai. His interest areas are reading, writing articles on various topics, and learning languages. Now I would like to call Mr. Omkar Mane sir to take the charge of the session.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Should I start?
Yes, sir, you can start the session.
Okay. So good morning, one and all. Uh, it's my honor and privilege to speak on this topic. And to be honest, this is my first time speaking on such a topic because I'm just a student who just finished his master's right now, and it is an honor and privilege that uh, the Mutha College invited me to speak on this topic, uh, which is an important topic in a sense because technology is an emerging field, and even if we try to quantify technology, it is very difficult to do so because it is not static. it just keeps on changing, and every new day there are new technologies, new uh, things are being invented every day, and it's totally it's virtually impossible to see and to take and to keep a note of everything that is going on. So it is an honor and privilege to speak on this. Uh, and and to uh, and right at the offset, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to all the speakers and the panelists who was here and um, uh, who are listening and who are participating here. And should I just a quick note, should I start my video, because I am not able to start my video? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Omkar sir.
Hello, yes.
Yes, Omkar sir. Can you please turn on your camera?
I'm not able to turn on. It just says it is restricted for
Okay,
me.
sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. No issue.
Should I turn it on or should I just keep it like this?
Sir, if possible, you can turn it on.
So am I visible now?
Yes, sir. You are visible and audible.
Okay, so like I was saying, the technology is an important aspect, and it is something that has to be monitored. It is something that has to be um kept a tab on, and this Russia-Ukraine conflict, war, whatever terminology you want to uh, use, it has shown that technology is an important aspect and it cannot be sidelined, because if there is no emphasis given on technology, then there's no point. Then there's no what we can say progress of countries or individuals, because technology is what makes people, makes countries, makes an individual, or makes organizations come together to sit to think, to come up with new and interesting ideas. So right, and so why this topic? Because first of all, I would like to say a few words on why I selected this topic, because first of all, I am very much interested in technology, and as a young early 20s student, technology has been a part of my life, and at an individual level, everyone uses technology, but in the battlefield or in some grave circumstances, grave situation like the Ukraine Russia conflict, we see technology used on an extensive scale, which was never seen before. And the other reason for me choosing this topic because I did my masters, and in that masters we were supposed to we were supposed to write a paper on, we were supposed to publish a thesis on any aspect, and uh, I did my thesis on India, China, the evolving nature of cyber technology. And as we all know, cyber technology is an integral part in technology or information technology, and which cannot be suppressed, which cannot be sidelined, and you just can't study a single aspect regarding relations between any country for that matter. So these all these things made me take this topic, and to take this discussion forward, it is important to note that uh, technology has been there. It has always been there. It will always be there. But how we use them, how someone uses them, is up to an individual person at the individual level, and at a country level, the heads of state and the government and all the organizations who who will try to who will look at to try and use them. And so looking at the Ukraine Russia conflict, there as I said, the technology has been used immensely. For example, you can look at all the aspects, and you will see that there, uh, right from the individual level, from the soldiers to the conscripts to all the recruitment team, they for both the countries, not just single country, for both the countries, there has been tremendous use of technology that is there. And to uh, to elaborate, there is a need to study this not just in the context of war and conflict, etc., but other countries, for example, countries that are supposedly far away from the conflict, for example, India. For other countries, it is an wake up call, or it is a viewing spear to look at these things and to self-assess their own technological capabilities, their own flaws, their own. It's like taking out. Is like self-assessing yourself and looking at your strength, weaknesses, and all that. Um, so the first aspect that I would like to speak on is the emergence of UCAVs or UAV. So what are UAV? So UAV stand for unarmed aerial vehicles. So UAVs are something of a drone, or drones that can be used to ship or to fire weapons, uh, small, long, or medium, depending on the objective at hand. These weapons are used extensively to evade all the radar systems and to carry out all the covert operations. And drones have been there since from 1980s, from 1990s. If you see Iran-Iraq war, the other conflicts that took place in the 1990s, so drones have always been there. But these drones, as time went on, as decades went on, these drones got upgraded in the sense that they became more compact, they became more elusive, like they could not be tracked easily. There was some chance that they would evade any missile system, any tracking system, radars. As time went on, they became more lethal, more compact, more what we can more efficient to use, but at the same time the cost went up. So it is an aspect that needs to be understood, that when technological progress increases, there's the cost also increases. So we as individuals or countries or organizations, as they have to properly utilize the resources which they have at their disposal, and carry out all their uh, research, DRDO research, and analysis to pinpoint all these what we can say anomalies. So in the battlefield, we see that uh, drones have played an important role from both sides. For example, the Ukrainian side has extensively purchased the Bayraktar TB2 drones. So these drones are, they have extensively purchased from Turkey, and so this has opened up an market for Turkey to carry out, to spread its influence, to show that it is an important leading player in all the technological and the weapons aspect. And for Turkey, this is an important aspect because Turkey is looked upon as a rebel or some sort of player which does not follow the international rules and does everything according to its own will. So uh, these drones that they have shipped to Ukraine act as a bridge for Turkey to show that yes, it is there to stay, and it is an important player in the technology and weapons market. And these drones have played an important role in stopping or slowing down the momentum of Russian tanks or Russian uh, soldiers, the infantry, the artillery system that they have used. Because, as I said, these drones are uh, they have precision in them and they cannot be tracked that easily. So, for example, an artillery or infantry batch that is marching towards its target, they can be easily taken out by these drones. And these drones are very modern in nature, and they easily avoid the advancing forces. So they they can easily take out this target. But downside is that these drones are they are very expensive. They don't come that much easily, and Turkey has had to use all its resources, all its economic, whatever economic power it has to uh, carry out this research and to ship them to a country uh, which is in midst of an conflict. So these drones, they have played an important role. Like they have been spotted in destroying all the tanks, all the Humvees, or the armed vehicles, armed trucks that the Russians have carried, like they have used. So these things have been destroyed, and they are in the open domain to be seen, because it it is an indicator that new and niche technologies can be used to carry out other to carry out military operations, to carry out things which traditional conventional things might not use. Then there's the emergence of UCAV. So UAV, like I said, UAV are unmanned aerial vehicles, and UCAVs are unmanned combat aerial vehicles. So what is the difference between them? So UCAVs the main difference between UCAV is that UCAVs carry modern missiles, bombs, or other cluster munition that can be used to target people, to use target battalions or anything. Drones can also carry them, but they can be carried out in a lesser degree. UCAVs are specially meant to carry out all these missiles, precision missiles, conventional missiles, even things are like research has been done to carry out nuclear warheads. So, which is a huge thing, because nuclear warheads carried by drones is something very revolutionary, and that is very, for one side that can be very important, for other side they will look at the other aspect and they will be like, oh, it is very lethal, it is dangerous, and should not be carried out. And this is but an aspect of technology, because one side will look at the positive side, the other will look at the negative side. The grass is, as they say, grass is always greener on the other side. So we can see that in the coming years, these UCAVs, these UAVs are poised to play a very important role in the not just in modern militaries, but all other militaries that around the world. For example, India, though we are termed as a military that is somewhat left behind in the sense that it is very slow to change, it is very slow to react. Even we have carried out technologies in UCAVs and UAV. Unfortunately, um, this information is kept strictly confidential, and it has to be done so because it is an issue of national security. But there are credible reports that India has carried out some UCAV and UAV tests, and this is an indicator that modern militaries are shifting away, not just shifting away, they are amalgamating conventional as well as non-conventional methods of warfare, which will be the norm of the day in the coming wars. And so these are the flying aerial vehicles which are there to be used, which will be there. So what about other aspects? For example, when a troop or when a soldier goes into the battlefield, he needs uh, real-time information, he needs coordinates, he needs maps, he needs the location of the enemies, and his battalion and his fellow soldiers as well. So what about that? In earlier days, you had maps, you had all other aspects, but in today's date, with the presence of internet, presence of VPN, with presence of burner mobiles, presence of all other aspects, easy to carry out, to locate, to carry out strikes around your enemies, and to locate your own companions as well. A fun fact: when the Ukrainian crisis or the Ukraine war started, many Russian soldiers were with mobiles, who young conscripts, like people of my age, early 20s, 21, 22, who were sent to these battlefield. They made a clerical mistake of downloading dating apps on their phone, which gave away their location to the Ukrainian servicemen, Ukrainian army. So, a small mistake like this, an app which gives your location, was one of the biggest mistake that these soldiers made. For example, they downloaded apps which instantly gave the location to these Ukrainian location of this Russian soldier to the Ukrainian servicemen. Now nobody ever thought that this would be ever possible. Like nobody ever thinks of that. But when we download an app, there is a feature which most of us, including myself, we don't read that, which says that your location is a priority and it has to be given. So nobody thought of that. And when these dating apps, the Russian soldiers, they downloaded, they all did all their things. They were their locations were given in an instant, and they were totally wiped out. And by wiped out, I mean they were taken out by easily by these Ukrainian servicemen. So it just goes to show that how much careful you have to be with these apps. In any app, for example, all these dating apps or even your normal apps also require your location services to be noted. So you have the people have to be really careful while uh, using this app, especially on an active battlefield and especially in a conflict like this, Russia Ukraine conflict, where a single spark, a single what we can say innocent incident could lead to a larger catastrophic nuclear fallout. So you see that technology is there, but it is a two-edged sword. It can help you, it can also cut you in the same way. And the as I said, AIs are there. For example, many Ukrainian servicemen, they are in the many Ukrainian servicemen in the Ukrainian army, they are using AI to their effect. For example, a fallen Russian soldier or fallen Russian conscript, they are using facial recognition system to recognize these uh, troops who have Russian troops who have fallen, so they can pinpoint the blame on these people. Like, yes, these people carried out all the atrocities. Earlier, the Russian Federation, the Russian army said they did not carry out all the atrocities that we see in the newspaper. So the aspect of AI, the use of AI, facial recognition system is an important aspect. So people, the Ukrainian army, they are using facial recognition system to identify the person, to know the exact location the person resides from, and even their social media account. If he or she, the person, has a social media account, so they can pinpoint to this person and be like, this person is a conscript. He served in this area, and he or she has been present here. So you can see that how technology at the group level it is there, but at the individual level it is so important. It has been an important aspect that like facial recognition system does show that how the militaries function, how individual conscript has behaved. And uh, and barring that, away from the active what we can say active battlefield, after when this conflict ends, nobody knows when this conflict will end. But after this conflict, and there is a like there has to be reconstruction. A reconstruction has to be carried out. Some of the people here might know how Europe was destroyed after Second World War, and how the Marshall Plan and the reconstruction process took place after 1946. So a similar kind will have to be done in Ukraine. It has to be done because cities have been destroyed, and although they have tried to uh, rebuild something, it is still being destroyed. So when all these things happen, when the conflict ends, when it goes to its lowest point, it is but obvious that this reconstruction has to be done. But reconstruction has to be done keeping in mind that many areas are mined. So what do you mean by areas are mined? For example, the enemy troops, they uh, place hidden mines in areas, in civilian areas, in market areas, or in other areas. So which can be catastrophic, which can cause a lot of damage. And so how do we find out the mines? How do we disarm them? So there are human efforts. Of course, human efforts are there. They can be used to carry out and demine the area, but it is very dangerous, and a simple misstep could trigger off a chain of mines. You might not know area has been mined with a single mine or multiple mines that can be placed there. So human effort will be there, but there are demining robots. So Russia has some demining robots. Even Ukraine has ordered demining robots. So these robots, they carry out the demining efforts technologically, with the use of technology, with minimum or no loss of life. So because when someone dies in the mine, it is an horrific experience, and which just goes to show that technology is a bane or a boon, as some of us have uh, done in school. We are supposed to write about why technology is bane or boon for 5 marks or something. So uh, it plays out on the battlefield in the same way. For some it is a bane, for some it is boon. So these demining robots are very important, and they are used to carry out extensive demining operations in Ukraine. And as per estimated reports, the controlled areas, that the Russian control areas in Ukraine are heavily demined. So nobody knows where they are and when they will be demined, or when they will supposedly come again under Ukrainian control. They have to be demined. So uh, there is a need for technology to be present there, and as such we can see that not just the territory, like the tertiary territory is mined, but the seabeds are also mined. For example, the Black Sea, the Azov Sea, and all these seas, they are also heavily mined. For example, when a ship or a submarine or some other boats go through this, these boats can explode when coming in contact because of the mined sea. So there is also a need for to mine demine the seas. As it is, demining land is a difficult process. It gets uh, even more difficult when the mines are placed in the uh, uh, they are placed in the seabed, in deep inside the sea. And to carry out demining of this sea, there is a need to use technology, robots, artificial intelligence, and many other aspects have been developed. And to come to the other aspects of technology that we see is the tanks and the armored vehicles that the Russian army has used. Uh, so there is there are reports that because of stagnant technological issues, the Russian combat vehicles, the tanks and the armored vehicles, they got stuck in the Ukrainian mud. Now, tanks getting stuck in mud is not something that we picture in our mind, because tanks are heavy duty. They're programmed to go virtually anywhere because of their size and frame, all that. But the early reason that the Russian army suffered multiple losses is because of this. The tanks, the wheels of the tanks, the armored trucks, they were not accustomed to the Ukrainian territory, the Ukrainian landscape, and they got stuck in the mud, the surrounding landscape. And this was the reason the initial momentum was stalled of the Russian army. So this goes to show that even if you have technology, you have to know your landscape, you have to know your objectives, you have to know your goal at hand. So which is like a basic military training. Like if you are going on a mission, if you are going on a objective, you need to carry out each and every aspect, from the landscape to the weather pattern as well, because landscape and weather can play an hindrance in the technology, in the advancement of the troops. And speaking of tanks, the javelin missiles, the javelin anti-tank missile, as they are called, they can be manned or they can be portable. So these missiles supplied by the US to the Ukrainian army is a perfect example of how cross country sending of arms and ammunition has helped the Ukrainian army to survive this long. These anti-tank missiles, they are particularly lethal towards the towards the Russian tanks, because these tanks, by today's measures, are of Soviet origin. Most of the Russian tanks, they have not been upgraded. Of course, you have the T-72 tanks, which have been uh, fairly modern, but some of the Russian tanks, they have remained the same since the Soviet times. And so these have been an easy target for the Javelin anti-tank missiles or the Stinger missiles. So you going through the streets of Kiev or some other cities, you can see the burnt out remains of the tanks, all the vehicles which have been destroyed, and they have been used as a what you can say, uh, as a place, as a signpost for people to come and admire and to even mock fun to make fun of the Russian military. So yesterday or day before yesterday, the the Ukrainians celebrated the 31st Independence Day, like from when the Ukraine got independence from the Soviet Union in the 1990s. So one of the key aspects that the people could see there was the presence of the destroyed tanks, the uh, mortal remains of tanks, the turrets, the guns that they had discarded, and even destroyed vehicles. And that showed that how technology can and will play an important role uh, in uh, in the coming years. And technology also acts as a motivator. It is a great motivator for people, for the organizations, for people to carry out scientific research, to carry out modern to carry out modern inventions, to look around, to have the creative minds tested. And apart from these missiles and tanks, you have the air defense system. Now air defense system is an important aspect because the missiles flying from to and fro from Russia to Ukraine, or there are credible reports from Ukraine to Russia as well. So these air defense system, they are an important aspect, and they are vital for uh, protecting the protecting an entire territory. If some of the people might know the Iron Dome system, Iron Dome missile system uh, uh, from Israel. So the Iron Dome missile system is an important marvel in the traditional sense, that it is an important tool in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces arsenal. So something of that sort is being looked upon, and the S-400 missile system is an important aspect here. Of course, India as a country is an active buyer of S-400 air defense system, and Russia has also deployed that. And speaking of missiles, Russia has also carried out hypersonic missiles, the Zircon or the other missiles, which, as the name suggests, they are very difficult to track, and they can carry out extensive damage to not just to the surrounding but to other uh, areas as well. And you have the ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, which, as the name suggests, they have a long range. They can be used in conventional sense, and they can also be tipped with nuclear warhead. So which is an interesting aspect itself, because when something can be equipped with an nuclear warhead, automatically the risk, the calculations, the dangers escalate multiple folds. So uh, there's the uh, there's the possibility that all these technological aspects, all these technological advancements could lead to an all-out conflict, like all-out nuclear fallout, which will be catastrophical for all the people. And at the individual level, as up till until now, I spoke about all the missiles and all the weapons and all. At the individual level, a soldier, a conscript, or a recruit has to be also technologically aware. Like I said, usage of burner phones, usage of mobiles, and all other satellites has to be used judiciously, because each and every movement can be tracked. It's right now you can go to various websites on your PC, on your laptop, and with just a little bit of cyber scouting, you can actually look at all the which you can all look at the position of the Ukrainians and the Russians uh, in the battlefield. So which has helped the Ukrainians, but which has been a cause of concern for the Russians. And which also goes to show that although technology is there, it has to be used judiciously, and you have to use it transparently, because individual or a common person like me, who can just with a few types, a few clicks, who can just look at all the technology and pinpoint the exact position of the army, is a threatening aspect, and it needs to be monitored. And this has been carried out since the early days. We are now into the 6th month of this conflict, and in the early days, all the locations of the soldiers were used by were tracked by the Ukrainian civilians and provided to the Ukrainian army. So this just goes to show that how you have to be adept at using the technology that we have. And of course, I'm mostly focusing on technology because that's my area. And but these technological aspects do have an economic angle as well. And the transfer of technology from one country to other, from country A to B or B to A, it just goes to show that how relations between uh, individual countries blossom because of the transfer of weapons technology. The best example is the US Ukraine supply. So, for example, US has supplied almost $6 billion worth of aid. Now, that is not a small amount. 6 billion worth of aid, be it in the form of actual money or even the form of weapons, is a big thing for the US to show to carry out. And it gives the message to the enemy that we are there for the long haul. We will stay with Ukraine uh, for how much ever it requires. And the supply of weapons has been the one of the best examples. Like I said, Predator and MQ drones have been shipped from US to Ukraine, and these even the Javelin missiles, the Stinger missiles, they have been shipped extensively from US to the Ukraine. So this just goes to show that how technology just can't stay at one place. It can travel vertically, it can travel horizontally. So it all depends on how people use them. And keeping all these things in mind, keeping all these things at the back of your head, it is important to note that because of the conflict, military exercises all over the world have blossomed up, and as many countries are fearful that a certain country might attack them, might cause inconvenience to them. So military exercises, war gaming, computer simulations, and other types of simulations are the norm of the day, because and they are carried out extensively. For example, recently US and South Korean troops are carrying out, as I speak, they are carrying out one of the biggest uh, uh, what we can say military exercises, joint military exercises in decades. So that is an important aspect. The Ulchi Freedom Shield exercises, which combines troops from both the countries, military equipment, and all the other aspects, they are all combined together. And this just goes to show that how two countries can collaborate on all the technological aspect and show an united front against a common enemy. This being this, now, as US and South Korea carried out, obviously the target is North Korea, and to some extent China's rising aggressiveness. So away from this, you have the Russians, and the Russians also carrying out their own technological invention. So recently a defense expo took place in Russia, which was attended by, as reports suggested, by almost 79 to 80 countries. So which just goes to show that even if Russia is isolated economically, culturally, politically, it has a place in the weapons market. And when one of the many contributors to uh, this defense expo were the presence of Iranians and the Chinese weapon system. Earlier, in a few years or decades back, Russians or the Soviet Union were the biggest weapons provider to China. But the tide has turned now. China being the second largest economic power and the leading power in technology, it has carried out its own weapons distribution, weapons manufacturing, and it has um, showcased in the defense expo. Even the Iranians have carried out their drones, shown their drones, their UCAVs and the UAV. So it just shows that technology is an important aspect, and it cannot overlook this aspect. They have to be carried out. They are constantly need to be carried out. There is a need to monitor them. But as I said in the beginning of my talk, it is virtually impossible to take a stock of them. And just to conclude, there are, as I said, these technological invention, they are here to stay, and each military, each country is looking at it we'll have to look at it very judiciously, with very open mind, because carrying a technology that might seem beneficial to you might not be beneficial to other countries, and even vice versa. So there has to be a need to look at things objectively, to assess your own position, to assess your own standing, to assess your own strengths and weaknesses, to uh, look at this aspect. In case of India, we are heavily dependent, as we know, we are heavily dependent on the uh, Russian weapons import. So all the talks of sanction, the isolation of Russia from the international sphere has forced the Indian military, the Indian Defense Department to look at all this with a keen eye, to assess, to look at all with the keen eye, and to look at all the developments, because we have an active border. We have actually two active borders with China and Pakistan. So we are in a constant state of uh, being prepared. We have to be prepared for all the uh, existing contingency that we have. And for the Indian context, we are carrying out our own technological developments, technological innovations. But at the end of the day, it has to be said that we are limited in our limited in our technological advancement, because of the economy, because of the resources that we have, because we are a developing economy. The last 2 years of the pandemic years have cost India a lot, economically, politically, however you want to judge it. But it has cost, and although we are growing at a faster pace, it is also true that the power gap uh, between India, between China, is increasing. And to stem that, to somehow control that, because it is going to be there. India, if we take conservative estimates, we are a 3 trillion economy. China is a 15 trillion economy, and in some aspect, China might have uh, other technology, some advanced technology at its disposal. So to stem that, to stymie that uh, learning gap, technology is a must. And how do we carry on technological advancement, new inventions, new weapons, and new uh, things? It is all money. At the end of the day, if you don't have resources, if you don't have money, if you don't have the backing, the will, it is of no use. It is like, it is an empty mirror. It just shows nothing. And as the conflict in the Ukraine and Russia carries on, we although we are not an active although we are technically far away from this, it will have repercussions for us. And the only thing that has to be noted as is to take a stock of all the things that we have, to look at all the things that are taking place, and to come at our own conclusion, which will be best for India. Saying that, I stop my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Omkar sir. Thank you, Omkar sir, for giving your valuable insight on role of technology in collision between Russia and Ukraine war. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future event. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. It was an honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you once again. Dr. Dolly Madam, our next resource person, Dr. Vilas Gaikar, is not able to join session due to some unavoidable circumstances. So we are going to call our next resource person.
Okay.
Is that okay, ma'am?
Yeah, it's fine. But when should I comment, towards the end or right now? I should comment on the session which happened right now, or I should do it later?
You have to speak at the end, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'll be delivering my session also. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you go ahead with the other.
Yes, ma'am.
Resources.
So moving further, I would like to request Ms. Kanchan Kaduskar madam to introduce our next resource person, Dr. Ashok Chikte sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all present over here. I am Mrs. Kanchan Kaduskar from St. Hirachan Mutha College, Kalyan. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce and welcome today's resource person of plenary session, Dr. Ashok Chikte sir. Dr. Ashok Chikte sir is an assistant professor in English. Sir is qualified MA MPhil in English. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree from Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded in African and American literature. He also frequently writes editorial articles in esteemed Marathi newspaper like Lok Satta. Dr. Ashok Chikte sir strives to promote an interest in literature and literary thinking among his students. He is also interested in creative writing, fine art, and music. He was also coordinator of Spanish course. The courses taught by Sir were Law and Literature, English 1, English 2, Legal and Constitutional History of India, Political Science 1, Legal English and Semiotics Bridge course in English. Sir has also participated in several national and international conferences and seminars. He has presented and published many articles in reputed national and international journals, which are as follows. The papers he had presented are Racial Heritage Reflected in Booker T. Washington's Up from Slavery and Barack Obama's Dream from My Father, a Comparison. Macroaggression Reflected in Claudia Rankine Citizen and Extensional Perspective. Rereading Franz Kafka's The Metamorphosis in Times of COVID-19 Pandemic. The papers he had published are The Unbound Optimism Rebutted in Booker T. Washington's Up from Slavery and Barack Obama's Dream from Slavery and Barack Obama's Dream from My Father, a comparison of construct, a brief comparison, a narrative of heritage and optimism, and analogical studies. He has also attended faculty development program of tenure 2 weeks on managing online classes and co-creating MOOCs, organized by Teaching Learning Center, Ramanujan College under the aegis of Ministry of Human Resource Development and Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Training obtained grade A. Now, I would call upon Dr. Ashok Chikte sir to take the charge of the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ma'am, am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible also.
Thank you. Let me start with this. I thank the administration of St. Mirachand Mutha College, Kalyan, and I'm also very much thankful to the organizing committee for having this very contemporary and relevant topic for our discussion. And I also welcome, and thank all the participants to be there. Can we just have, this presentation a bit interactive? Is it okay, ma'am? Can I ask questions to the participants so that we can move in the course of the topic?
Sir, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay?
Your voice is breaking up.
Okay, let me just a minute. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I welcome the administration and the organizers and participants. So the topic of my presentation is the role of, in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. But before that, to be able to understand that concept, it's very contemporary, it's very complex. The war, actually for Russia, it's not even a war. It's a spatial, it's a spatial mission for them.
So when the war was started, at the midnight of 23rd February, okay, Putin promised his people and his military military bigwigs that this war will last for only 6 days. Okay, and yesterday there was the 6th month of this tragic war and this intervention. So I was thinking, before we are kind of able to understand this complex stuff, that this war, is it a war, or is it the beginning of kind of third world war? Because you never know what kind of conflicts in the course of time go and turn into something devastating. No one literally thought that the invasion of Poland by Nazi Germany would create World War II. A lot of people even trying to understand these topics in the course of time, that Russia, Ukraine may also turn up into something called World War III. So before that, we need to understand the concept of United Nation in its totality. So we are aware about the concept of Leviathan. Okay, Thomas Hobbes' concept of Leviathan. So Thomas Hobbes says that we human beings are, at the end of the day, animals. Okay, we are nasty. Okay, we are cunning. We are short. We are shrewd, and like something of that sort. For example, if all rights are given to human beings, they may steal each other's stuff. There won't be any law and order. People will kill each other, because human being is nasty by its design, So he was saying that why don't some of us take lead of law and order, and other people surrender their rights to this Leviathan. Okay, Leviathan is a biblical creature. We are aware about that. So in the same way, when the World War II came to an end, okay, and the League of Nations failed to be the custodian of peace, which it kind of proposed and promised to the people of the world, how it failed miserably, how millions and millions of people lost their lives. Okay, cities were destroyed, orphans were at disposal of a hellish life. Okay, all there was nuking of the cities have happened. Nuclear weapons were used in first time in the history of warfare. So United Nations came as a replacement to League of Nations. The League of Nations is very famous for being inactive. As far as more than inactive, it was also criticized to be non-existent. Okay, weak, non-existence, short, probably not that authoritative as it was promised to be. Okay, so in the course of time, when World War II had happened, and there came a moment that, will it be the last knell in the history of humankind? Will there be an end of humanity? Okay, when that moment of deliverance came, that moment of manifestation came. Okay, the United Nations came in like to be safeguard of world peace, security, and national fraternity. Okay, so of course there was this League of Nations, but it was dysfunctional. It was it was working on ad hoc basis. Okay, so that's why there needed a replacement, workable, practical replacement for the League of Nations, and that's why we have United Nations. So now let's see how United Nations is playing its role in this global crisis. Or is it again, it's my hypothesis, is it again walking on the path of being another inactive League of Nations part 2.0? Okay, so let's see the series of events which came as a result of Ukraine crisis. So if you throw a glance at the map of Europe, especially the Eastern Europe, you will get to know that many countries which directly or indirectly neighbor around Russia. For example, I have the list: Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Slovakia, Romania, even for that matter, Turkey. These countries used to be once upon a time, the satellite states of Russia in the time of, like post World War II, or for that matter, even Cold War. Okay, but when Russia got to know that their immediate boundary country, Ukraine, is going to be the member of NATO, okay, military organization, and in the course of time, when Ukraine becomes the member of NATO, Ukraine will be carrying the nuclear warhead at the gates of Russia, for that matter, and that would make Russia lose its power in international politics. That would be direct threat to Russia. So Russia, the greatest defense of Russia's intrusion of Ukraine is, like this, all our neighboring countries are carrying, nuclear warheads. They are kind of, arch enemies of ours after getting admitted into NATO. And now you want another threat to our existence, Ukraine being member of NATO. That would be, a high time for us. It's a red flag. Okay, it's not happening in our backyard like Slovenia or Turkey. It's happening in our front yard. Okay, so that's why that's an excuse, casus belli, the word which we use in political science. The reason of war, okay, is this self-defense. Russia is not, again, I told you, and that's even that has been published in the media, okay, the local and the global media, that Russia always claims this as a special operation, okay, which would only last for 6 days. So literally Russian Federation thought that with all this military might and power, logistics and stuff, Russia is is a military power, superpower in a way, having greatest atomic arsenal of the of the world. It may carry like 5,000 atomic weapons, time being in its reservoir. And Russia has the greatest bomb created on the earth, Karzar bomb. Okay, like many times more powerful than the bombs which were used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's why United Nations is not directly confronting with Russia, which everyone knows. So let's see, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. So let's not discuss about the casus belli further. As I told you, everyone knows that Russia never wanted Russia, like having a neighbor. The nuclear warhead would be the last thing you are going to want for. So Russia is against that, like Ukraine's admission in NATO, and in NATO is kind of bargaining on these things. Other countries which neighbor Russia, like Sweden and Norway is NATO member. Okay, what are other countries which like kind of want to be part of NATO apart from Ukraine? One is Sweden, and let me just go through a glance over that. Okay, Sweden is one country, and there are other countries also in Baltic area. Okay, so they want to be part of NATO, and you are aware about the fact that if one NATO country is targeted, okay, whole union of NATO members, okay, will consider that as a common threat and common intrusion of their sovereignty. That's why if you attack on one NATO member, Russia has to fight against all NATO members, all this bunch of countries which are having nuclear weapons, and that would be disaster. That would be end of the human civilization. Okay, that would be MAD, mutual assured destruction. That's why it's called MAD, mad. So no one wants that final time of disaster. That would be apocalyptic. So that's why we are not able to see the actual happening of World War III. Okay, but it's again walking on eggshells? Is that risky? So the point over here is, in today's my session, I will try to focus on the beat of, in want of a better word, the hypocrisy of United Nations. So United Nations is trying to say.
આ તો કોઈ વાંધો નહીં, ચલો ડોક્યુમેન્ટ હાલ હું રાખું, બેસો અહીંયા, લ્યો બંને ભર દો બાંહેધરી પત્રક. આ તો એકા.
Ma'am, will you just ask that participant to be?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's see what are the events have happened in the course of time. United Nations, as I told you in the beginning, that Leviathan is a creature which has given power to use its punitive measures. Okay, like state gives people capital punishment. You can't give a person capital punishment as a capacity of a citizen. That is the task of a state, a more powerful entity than you. Okay, that's why it's called Leviathan. That is also applicable in the world politics. All countries of the world united, okay, under a common umbrella for world peace, because they have seen the World War II, the greatest battle fought in the history of the world. Okay, so they know the importance of peace now. Okay, they know the importance of prosperity. They know the importance of national fraternity. All the world, countries in the world, irrespective of their position at the geographical entity, their landmass area, their population, they are technically considered as equal fraternity. Okay, they are considered as equal nation brothers, for that matter. So all these countries, 150 countries, they came under one umbrella, and that's why we have the concept of United Nations. So all nations are united for the prosperity of the nations, to maintain the peace at all cost. Okay, and if there is threat to peace, world peace, by a country, United Nations will use its military power in the name of peacekeeping. Okay, if you have seen that aspect in Eastern Europe, as far as the Albanian war is considered, the Kosovo war is considered. So United Nations is saying, I won't interrupt in your sovereignty related matters. Okay, that's why United Nations always says that Kashmir is India and Pakistan's integral matter, and we have no business in there. Okay, but if your matter has eclipsed, okay, and spilled over into the matter of country, matter of sovereignty of another country, there the United Nations will pitch in and try its level best to implement the world peace. But why that's not happening with the Russian invasion? The things which we have discussed, that Russia is probably more powerful than NATO. Okay, maybe even more powerful than United Nations, because Russia has the greatest arsenal, nuclear arsenal in the world. That's why in spite of all these warnings and different resolutions, nothing much punitive is happening on Russian shoulders. For example, Russia was debarred from SWIFT system. There are different regulations imposed on Russia. Sanctions are happening, but actual punitive measure is out of the tick list. So let's see. Let's very fastly kind of get a link of things of events. So 23rd February, Russia invaded Ukraine. The reason is Ukraine wanted to be part of NATO, and Russia literally hated this idea, because having another warring neighbor at your backyard is a kind of threat to Russia. That's why it's kind of I would say self-defense from Russian point of view. So let's discuss how so-called United Nations punitive measures are not working. Not only that's happening, a lot of cases we can see that United Nations has misused its power and privilege. For example, I'll give you a reference that a couple of days before, the Security Council members in 6 June 2020, and immediately after that, special advisor, okay, of United Nations kind of suggested Russia to stop the genocide. When we read about, the Bucha massacre, okay, Mariupol massacre, United Nations kind of voiced a strong stance. But the point is, the perspective of United Nations was this: Russia is targeting, Russia is targeting civilians and civilian objects and infrastructure, which is restricted in a field of war. Okay, after United Nations Charter has come in the course of time, it's restricted to any country to target non-military premises, non-military personnel, okay, or non-military infrastructures and localities. Okay, so United Nations is saying that Russia is doing this and targeting the civilian areas, which may even be the case. Okay, we will not even going into that. I will just try to let you understand how United Nations is working on the both edges. Like, kind of hypocrisy is happening. When in 2001, when this Bush administration was invading Afghanistan, okay, for teaching Al Qaeda a lesson for their terrorist attacks on on American soils, especially 9/11 is considered. Okay, America started a war against Afghanistan, and and that's where the Russian media is pitching in. So Russian media is saying, okay, so you consider that there is a human tragedy happening, there is civilian quarters destroyed, okay, a lot of people have died, non-military personnel. Hasn't that happened in Afghanistan? Okay, hasn't that happened in Iraq war 2004 and onwards, okay, to 2003 and onwards? Hasn't the civilian infrastructures like hospitals, mosques, schools, colleges, museums, malls, haven't they destroyed by America? And why United Nations was not able to put America under check? Okay, and that's where Russia, United Nations has literally lost the moral ground to teach Russia a lesson. Okay, and that's also happening in Libya, and also happening in Syria. Okay, America literally supported the groups, okay, in Syria when the civil war was at its climax, and human rights violation was happening. Chemical weapons were used, okay, and and that's also what happened in Libya. Okay, Libya is a sovereign country. Okay, so that is how United Nations is going against its own grain. That United Nations will be very sacrosanct, will be very religious about the integrity of a nation is considered. United Nations will never consider in home affairs. Okay, and that's why these countries are united. Okay, all these 150 countries. But United Nations and European powers, compromised Libya's sovereignty. Okay, Gaddafi was deposed. Okay, his assassination had happened. I'm not justifying any human rights violations from his end, or from the end of his administration. I'm just letting you understand how United Nations has lost the ground to be the custodian of world peace. Because United Nations will never interfere, will never pose its nose in homely affairs of a sovereign country. Okay, the territorial integrity is preserved. That's where United Nations and other countries are very firm about that very fact, and that's why these countries are also even united. So why Libya was excluded, why Syria that hasn't happened, where America and other Western powers kind of took lead in the invasions of sovereign countries. Why United Nations haven't stopped America on the first day when the invasion of Afghanistan have happened? Why it lasted for 20 years? And even today we can see that Taliban has recaptured the capital, and now they are the de facto rulers of the nation. Okay, why Iraq and Iraq's sovereignty was not preserved? Why millions of people died? In the in this anti terrorism kind of wars, and that's where Russia is using that as a shield. Okay, so we are killing people, we are destroying so-called civilian territories, areas, quarters, infrastructures, so on and so forth. Haven't you did in the past, okay, last 30-40 years? Even if you read a bit about, even if you do a bit of study as far as Korean War is considered, 1950, 1954, okay, you can still see that United Nations itself was a party of a war. Okay, the division of North Korea and South Korea had happened. Vietnam, okay, Vietnam is not a country, neighbor country to America, isn't it? Like hundreds of miles away from mainland America. Okay, it's not a direct threat to America itself. Okay, why America was involved in Vietnam War? Why civilians died? Why hospitals and the colleges, schools were destroyed in the name of war against imperialism? Why United Nations failed there? So a new school of thought is coming that United Nations has kind of sidelined by the West, okay, and battles of other countries, even for the matter of their self-defense, even Russia is not the exception to that, are considered as a threat to the national sovereignty of the respective countries, and in last month, I'll just read the development of the activity in a moment. I know it's like very lengthy and all. I will skip the essential parts. So my conclusion of the United Nations role in the Ukraine war is this: that United Nations has literally lost the practical, authority to have a say. If they have to criticize Russia for the for the invasion of Ukraine, it also need to like resolve or dissolve the membership of America in United Nations. Okay, so 23rd, the invasion of Ukraine had happened. 25th, Amin Awad, the Assistant Secretary General, was asked to be coordinating the event. After 4 days, International Court, ICC, was like criticized. ICC criticized the invasion. On 2nd March, resolution, United Nations resolution, against aggression of Russia was deplored. India and China and even Pakistan kind of, abstained from the, either they, like stayed abstained, or they, voted for Russia. So on 4th March, a couple of days after the actual invasion of Ukraine, United Nations and Human Rights Council, HRC, halted Russia's economical transactions, SWIFT and other variables. So Russia was isolated. Why America was not isolated when invasion of Afghanistan had happened? Why America was allowed to do the SWIFT? Okay, why when America and other Western powers were involved in the, tackling the sovereignty of Libya, why the members of United Nations, these members, were allowed to use the SWIFT? Why Russia is made to be a pariah country? Why Russia is outcasted in a way? And that's where Russia is using these miscalculations, misbehaviors, historical mistakes, and ad hocness, and indifference of United Nations for its own propaganda. That's where the the pin is being pointed towards. So on 16th March, ICJ, International Court of Justice, asked Russia to withdraw. Again, I told you, United Nations can't literally involve in the war, because if that happens, that's, that is going to be a tragic end of human civilization. So immediately after that, on 24th March, General Assembly, United Nations General Assembly, requested Russia to have a civilian protection corridor and humanitarian access, which Russia kind of accepted. And the people who wanted to leave Ukraine were, given a free passage, okay, to move from the conflict zone. Okay, so we can consider this as an achievement. Okay, and after a couple of days, on 30 March, United Nations appointed 3 human rights experts to see the cases of violation of international law and human rights. And again, the process is sluggish. People are being killed daily in Ukraine. Every single passing second, one child is being displaced in Ukraine. But see the progress, it's very sluggish. And even many scholars say that this war will prolong, for years and years. Actually, if you're aware about the current events and stuff, you will get to know that Ukraine war started in 2014 when the Black Sea battle and the Crimea skirmish kind of started. Russia wanted to control the Crimea, the southern part of landmark of the northern part of Mediterranean Sea, and Mediterranean Sea is very rich for oil reservoirs and stuff. It has a lot of natural resources. So Middle Sea, I mean, that's said that who controls the Black Sea, okay, will control the Eastern Europe, and that's why Russia is trying its level best to control the Crimea. Okay, and then this series of events have happened, and then Ukraine wanted to be part of NATO. Russia went against that. Russia was displeased, and we have the invasion. So people are being killed. Of course, there are humanitarian conflicts. There people are losing their lives and limbs. Situation is pathetic. There is no electricity, no clean water access. Okay, even a lot of dead bodies are not being buried. The dignity of human body is not yet maintained. So a lot of other stuffs are happening, but the progress of United Nations is very slow. And let's again see what are other developments in the series. So on 4th April, when Bucha tragedy has happened, Russia was criticized in the United Nations. And on 7th April, United Nations General Council, Russia was gotten suspended from HRC, United Nations HRC, Human Rights Council, very important council. So Russia was discarded off from the membership, which is kind of punitive measure against Russia. So later on, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres gave a strong warning to Russia. Of course, it was just a warning. Nothing much has happened, and that's where the things have gone to the 100th day of the invasion. And on 100th day, 3rd June 2022, Russia was again requested, to stop the invasion because there are humanitarian grounds, and there is another aspect here attached that, Ukraine is considered as go down of wheat, the grains and stuff. So if the war is happening, Europe will starve of hunger, because Europe is totally dependent on Russian oil and Ukrainian food, and that's why Russia was requested to allow Ukraine to sell grains, and there was a literally United Nations brokered a deal, the tripartite deal where Russia, Turkey and Ukraine were the members of this deal, and Russia was allowed to sell Russia's fertilizers and grain, and Ukraine was also allowed to sell its grain to Europe through Turkey, So we can try to understand that United Nations is very pathetic as far as the performance is considered. They want food from Ukraine, but they don't want refugee from Ukraine. They don't want this war to be, halted down. They kind of, kind of failed to maintain the world peace. Of course,
Sir,
am I audible?
yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, yeah. So, like Russia is to be blamed for humanitarian crisis and stuff, but again, it's United Nations responsibility to make this, like ease the, heat of the moment. Okay, they should, like United Nations should literally help Russia and Ukraine to come to, to come to a table. So, so that's where the tragedy is actually happening. So Russia is saying that United Nations should first, punish America for the atrocities in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Libya, and then should kind of, teach us a lesson of humanitarian, crisis and humanitarian welfare of the, wartime politics. So that's where we need to understand that United Nations time being has failed the crisis to come to an end, but United Nations is very interested to let the Russian oil and Ukrainian food come to the markets. Okay, and that's why I kind of, thinking that United Nations has ended up being another league of nation because of pure poor performance, because of, being America centric or Eurocentric. Okay, and because of actually acting as a bit of, hypocrite. So that's why we can understand this aspect in this field. So if you kind of, follow the recent developments, United Nations is demanding Russia to, halt this war so that global food supply is maintained, energy supply is maintained, natural gas, petrochemical and stuff. Financial systems are maintained, supply line is maintained, because we are living in a post-COVID world. Many countries, India's neighbors, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and other countries, they are suffering recession and stuff, unemployment and post-COVID economical syndrome and stagnation and things like that. But Russia is not very much into that. Okay, because Russia may survive the swiftless economy. Russia may even survive the non-access to world market, because it's a country. It's a world in itself. It's like greatest country on the earth. A lot of resources, atomic weapons, and good friends like India and China. Okay, India is taking Russia's oil, China is taking Russia's oil and grain. So Russia will last long for maybe for a couple of years, unlike Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine is suffering a small and a death in installments. Okay, if it is not for United Nations humanitarian help or for NATO's non-military help, probably Ukraine would have lost the war even before the 100 kind of gotten to come. So let's not discuss much about the issue. Just you can, as a student of literature and politics, and maybe a citizen of world, you can also try to do a bit of research on your own, to understand how these big institutions, let it be League of Nations or United Nations, failed to maintain world peace. Maybe as a young research scholar, you can think over in this panorama and see how world peace is at stake when the issue of ego comes, as far as the national or international politics is very much there. So so nowadays United Nations is very much requesting Russia to provide the critical healthcare to the dying and and the children of Ukraine. So probably in a couple of days, we may see some kind of truce between Russia and the United Nations, maybe Russia and Ukraine, okay, where there is a kind of halt, like a bit of, peace, temporary peace between these two countries. And, and maybe in the long way, probably when, Zelensky and the administration accepts Russia's demand not to be a NATO member in time to come. Okay, if Ukraine surrenders and dilutes his demand to be a NATO member, probably the peace may go back. But again, people will say that, political philosophers, because to be a member of an international body, is part and parcel, rather result of your, your quality as a sovereign state. If sovereignty is compromised, you are not a state in first place. But for the world peace, for the betterment of the people, for the betterment of the common masses who have probably no interest whatsoever, in world politics, okay, their lives are precious. Their right to have a dignified life has to be maintained by the world countries and the superpowers equally. Okay, so probably we can expect the war comes to an end very soon. Okay, and the people from both the countries can be living side by side happily, and world peace is maintained, because we are living in a time where, as as we are aware, it's not a world war, it's not a 20th century world we are living. More than a dozen of countries own the nuclear weapons. Okay, and that's why any think of I should say misunderstanding, anything of aggression may even trigger the World War III, which we certainly are not ready about. World powers, first world countries probably may survive the apocalypse after this kind of carnage. But for the countries, third world countries, the countries who are not economically powerful even today, before the war, okay, and that would be a tragic story to the whole world politics. Okay, so probably let's hope best for this time of crisis. Okay, and let's see how the things kind of go better in the course of time, because the war is also taking a toll on Russia. Okay, Russia's, we know there is black market and things like that are happening, but by and large Russia is getting hampered, okay, day by day as far as economical market is concerned, because nowadays the old school war where you invade a country and you stay there, you put the imperialism onto these countries and onto those people, those times are gone. It's not you invading country, it's like it's economical wars are happening. You control a market, like exactly what is happening in Sri Lanka. China is controlling the Sri Lankan market. Debt wars are happening. So maybe we can consider that Russia kind of comes a bit, I mean, and renounces a few demands, and same is done by Ukraine, and world peace is kind of maintained. So on this hopeful note, I want to have my this little presentation over. Thank you for listening, and it was a great honor and privilege for me to be part of on this complex issue. Thank you the management and the organizers, and thank you participants and listeners. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Take care.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing deep knowledge about the role of UNO with the Russia and Ukraine war with us. We rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen the words of a great knowledgeable speaker. We are charmed by your sharp fluency. Thank you once again, sir. Moving ahead, I, Dipti Naik, HOD of Commerce Department, consider it a great honor to introduce Dr. Dolly Sunny Madam, who is a chairperson of this plenary session. Dr. Dolly Sunny Madam is a professor in economics. She has completed her PhD in economics, MPS, MSc in mathematics, MWS, that is Women's Studies, MA in economics, postgraduate diploma in industrial management. Madam has been working as a director and professor in Department of Economics in Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, that is MSEPP, Ranade Bhavan University of Mumbai. She had been Honorable Director, West Region, Indian Council of Social Science and Social Science Research from 2015 to 2019. She is a chairman of Board of Studies of Economics, University of Mumbai, member of Academic Council, University of Mumbai, member of RRC of Economics, University of Mumbai, member secretary as a director of Board of Management at MSCPP, faculty as a director of MSCPP, chairperson as a director of Academic Board at MSCPP, chairperson, director of Subject Board at MSCPP, PLT member of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC. She had been chairman of Board of Studies of Economics, University of Mumbai. She had been member of Internal Quality Assurance Cell and also member of NAC, University of Mumbai. She had been a member, Academic Board of Autonomous Department of Economics, University of Mumbai. Madam has been received Best Presentation Award for presenting paper titled School Dropouts Engage in Child Labor, the Case of Maharashtra, India in ISER, which was International Conference on Economics and Business Research held in 2017 at Toronto, Canada. Madam awarded with the Certificate of Appreciation by Central Queensland University, Austria. She had been confirmed the Best Research Paper Award by University of South Florida. Ma'am received Best Teachers Award at state level of Government of Maharashtra, namely Adarsh Raj Shikshak Puraskar for academic year 2011 and 12 and 2012 and 13. Also conferred a Certificate of Appreciation by Academic Staff, College of Mumbai University for active participation in the orientation course. Such n numbers of awards and appreciation Madam has been received. Dr. Dolly Sunny Madam has handled 6 research projects successfully. She has published 115 papers in referred peer-reviewed journals till date. She is the author of 15 books of economics for various publications and also contributing service as a research guide for the University of Mumbai from 2001. She has presented over 69 papers in national and international conferences. She delivered 47 lectures as a resource person and chairperson for various national and international conferences. She also present in FM radio, Facebook Live, and YouTube. She also writes many popular articles and columns in various newspapers. She is also part of various CSR activities. The list is not ending here. There is a lot to say about Madam. I feel honored that I was given this opportunity to speak about your accomplishments. So with immense respect and pleasure, welcoming Dr. Dolly Sunny Madam to express her valuable views. Over to you, Madam.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Anuja. In fact, Dr. Deepti. In fact, I requested you that the introduction can be cut short, but you were going ahead. Anyway, thank you for the kind words, and thank you, Dr. Anuja, also for giving me the opportunity to be the chairperson of this session and also to deliver the talk. So 2 sessions we completed. The first one is of doctor, I think, doctor or research scholar. It was not clear. They are young scholars, yeah.
Yes.
Omkar Mane and Ashok Chitke. And I'm very happy to listen to both the talk, and only Dr. Vilas Gaikar could not join. I really don't understand. This is an online conference. Actually, the organizers have given the opportunity to even provide the online talk. If it wouldn't have been the online talk, I would not have been in a position to join. So when the organizers have taken that much pain, I really feel Dr. Gaiker should have joined. Otherwise, there is no point in just giving the name and not being present and not delivering the session. Anyway, let us come to the point. In the case of Omkar Mane, he spoke on role of technology in collision with Russia and Ukraine. And he has the background of history, defense studies, etc. Initially, I thought he's a technocrat. Of course, he provided a proper historical aspect of the kind of weapons used and different wars. In addition to this Russia-Ukraine war, he mentioned about the other war scenario also. Of course, we all are aware that technology has been the primary source of military innovation throughout the history. It drives changes in the warfare more than any other factor. The impact of advances in technology on the conduct of warfare can be characterized into a number of dominant trends, namely quest for extension of range of weapons, volume, system integration, etc. So this Maneji was talking about the role of drones and tanks and armed vehicles used in Ukraine war. Actually, it is terrific to listen and even think about such aspects related to any war. He mentioned even about the Turkey war also. And military technology seems to be the dark side of innovation. It is a technology which shapes warfare, in fact. When we suffer the perils of war, one tends to think, literally, whether technological progress in warfare is needed or not. But at the same time, when the hostile country attacks the home country, there we feel the need of warfare. Actually, so much is there to discuss if an open debate is going to be there with regard to this. But the question always remains in our mind whether the technological progress is essential or avoidable. If all countries cooperate willingly, and if we aspire for the world prosperity and peace, of course, I do feel it is avoidable. We can cut short the military budget and we can utilize it for developmental purpose. So this is my view, but it is, of course, an utopian kind of thinking. I know at the practical level, it is not possible. Anyway, nothing more. I want to comment about the first session. About the session delivered by Ashok Chitke, actually, the role of, it was about the role of UNA in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It was also a very good presentation. I'm glad to listen to it. Of course, many have the apprehension whether UNA is taking up their active role in this regard in order to maintain peace. Of course, if we take into consideration of 26th April, we faced worsening crisis in Ukraine, and UN doubled its emergency appeal to $2.25 billion. The UN and its partners have provided more than 8.1 million people with humanitarian assistance and protection since the beginning of the war. So that we cannot forget. Of course, there are many criticisms which will arise at the time of a war. But in this regard, actually, we have to make a note of this scenario. And as you are aware, UN is an international organization founded in 1945 and committed to maintain international peace and security. It is committed to develop friendly relations among nations, promoting social progress, better living standards, and human rights. We are also aware how the parents discipline the kids. Of course, even in that parenting and disciplining, there are certain limitations. So such kind of scenario, it happens. And anyway, since UN held right from 1948. UN helped out in the process of reconciliation by conducting successful peacekeeping operations in several countries like Cambodia, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mozambique, Namibia, then Tajikistan, etc. Let us hope peace would be retained in due course of time and the UN would be successful, 100% successful in its mission. So these are my aspirations to share with. Otherwise, every point both the resource persons shared with you. Of course, organizers have done wonderful work. I really congratulate the trustees of the college, the principal of the college, as well as Dr. Anuja and Dr. Deepti, as well as other team members. So with this, I conclude my comments about or my responsibility as the chairperson. So would you permit me to deliver my session? Because this is a sudden decision which happened since Dr. Gaiker is not there to present his committed session. I would talk on, already I mentioned the topic, I would be delivering the talk on why is India not facing economic crisis despite COVID pandemic, supply chain disruption, and Ukraine-Russia war. Of course, it is opportune to organize this conference with the main theme of Russia-Ukraine war, because we all can seriously think and debate about it. So it is open to you, Dr. Anuja. So with your permission, I would like to continue.
Yes, ma'am, you can start with your session.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
If we consider at the beginning of the year, we came across the prediction of strong this global economic rebound after 2 disturbing years of global corona pandemic. By mid-year of 2022, IMF came out with appropriate measures by downgrading its global GDP growth projects by 40 basic points to 3.2% for 2022, and again further to 2.9% for 2023. Of course, it led to several geopolitical tensions and responses. And the aftermath, actually, we know we are facing due to many reasons, actually. Many reasons means what all I mentioned over here, the global pandemic, the supply chain disruption, and Ukraine-Russia war. So as a result, world over, we witness higher food, energy prices, and lot of tensions, uncertainties. So already we were passing through a pessimistic stage, and it got accentuated due to Russia-Ukraine war. Now, while thinking about US's inflation, of course, for the last 1 month, we have been discussing, I have been discussing in several conferences and personal interaction, USA is facing 4-decade high inflation. Many of my relatives live there with them. Primary sharing of their anxieties, it happened often. And USA is also witnessed 2 quarters of negative economic growth, which means technically USA is passing through recession. And the cost of living crisis due to high energy prices is seen even in United Kingdom and European Union also. Higher energy prices due to Russia-Ukraine war have resulted in precarious forex foreign exchange situation for South Asian countries such as Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Indian economy has fared better at tackling the inflation because it is having trade with Russia where it imports products is just crude oil, gas, coal, fertilizer, etc., which are priced lower than the international prices. Also, the trading rupee-ruble mechanism, due to which there is not much strain on Russia's foreign exchange reserves. Out of the specters, India is quite self-sufficient in export of agricultural products. Other economies which are dependent on Ukraine and Russia for their wheat and other food grain consumption have also faced food-based inflation. This has caused double whammy from any countries where inflation is increased on account of high energy prices, high agricultural inputs, and food. Due to better placed scenario of Indian economy, India has been able to provide economic assistance to Sri Lanka. Since India is not much dependent on remittances of its citizens, this avoided remittances is drying up the shock which is felt on Nepal, Sri Lanka, in Pakistan also to a certain extent. Actually, while the attack was going on, while the disturbances were going on in Sri Lanka, we witnessed several such kind of disturbances which happened in Sri Lanka. The papers were not available for students to write the exams in schools and colleges. So due to that, they had to cancel various exams. So it disrupted the education system. There was a lot of protest among students and teachers and parents as well. You can imagine if such a situation is happening in India, what would have been the scenario? So when I read it some 3 months before, I was just wondering, oh God, our economy is passing through much better situation on a comparative mode. Of course, here also we face inflation, but it is much lesser. Its intensity is much lesser when compared to all these countries. And again, another serious situation, disastrous situation which occurred in Sri Lanka is Sri Lanka opted for genetically, not genetically modified, organic cultivation. So we know that in India also, we might be doing little bit of farming in earthen pots, and there might be some kind of balcony plantation, etc. We know how to make the land suitable for organic farming. If you don't do that, pest will eat away everything. In the case of Sri Lanka, what happened? All on a sudden, they took the impulsive action of starting with organic farming. And they did not do anything to prepare the soil for that purpose. So as a result, whatever they cultivated, what happened? The pets ate away everything. No food was left out for the citizens of Sri Lanka. And again, if we talk about the blunders which committed, starting off one airport, I think it was at the constituency of ex-Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. Just to become popular in his native town, the airport started, and it was such a foolish decision. Even Indian experts advised Sri Lanka not to opt for it. They did not listen. Many a times our foreign ministry and other ministries tried to help them out by giving advice, but it was not taken up in the right spirit. They might have forgotten the fact that India is having several advancements in several fields, and so India's opinion will have to be taken seriously. They failed it, and we have seen actually the decision of starting that airport, it became a thorough flop kind of decision. So like this, several aspects are there. If I begin to discuss as an economist, it is not going to stop over here. So it created serious balance of payment scenario. And you have read in newspapers what happened in Sri Lanka. People entered in the official residences of the office bearers of the country, and what happened over there. I don't want to elaborate further. So think about Sri Lanka and think about India. We are much better placed. Now, again, India is, that I already told you, India is better placed with regard to foreign exchange. And that fact was accepted by former Governor Raghunath Rajan himself. So, I mean, we did not face any serious issue. There is absolutely no kind of crisis in India. Some kind of impact exists as the result of the disturbances which happen globally, that's all. So the government of India has met the highly ambitious targets with regard to green energy as agreed under Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Accord, which is really a heartening kind of approach taken by government of India. Increased presence of green and sustainable renewable sources of energy ensures that India is free from import dependence of fossil fuels, which can burden its foreign exchange reserves. This has been another reason why Indian economy is well placed when compared to any other countries in the world. In the absence of above measures, there is no doubt that there would have been balance of payment crisis, which would have harmed the economy of India like anything. And if that would have happened, we would have faced very heavy galloping kind of inflation in India. That did not happen because Indian government put emphasis on these avoiding alarming things which would have occurred in the country. Now, if you take into consideration of certain areas where we have some hope, actually, though there is corona pandemic, and you are aware of the fact that people were removed from the job. Removed from the job means voluntarily it happened because no one could go out of homes. They were confined to home, and then afterwards, when they joined for work, they are not in a, we are not in a position to secure ample stuff, whatever it is. So there is supply chain disruption. In spite of that, actually, India has an emerging market which clearly stands out from others. Okay, our situation is much better when compared to China and Russia. And then because of the foreign investors also, India has growth potential that we cannot forget. There is huge appreciation of dollar. Even then, we are not facing the adversity on par with that what would have happened. That is, I strongly believe that that is due to the fact that government of India has taken strong measures. And in this context, let me also mention about the JAM Trinity. JAM Trinity in this case can be mentioned about the impact which created due to Jan Dhan accounts. I have a maid who is from Chhattisgarh, and all her native place members, they have started with their Jan Dhan accounts and money is deposited in their account. I am the custodian of one, I cannot say custodian. I have gone through one such passbook. So I really believe that even to nook and corner of the rural areas, nook and corner of the country, the provision of Jan Dhan accounts reached. So as I mentioned about the JAM Trinity, the Jan Dhan accounts, the Aadhaar card, and mobile connectivity. This created a kind of revolution in India, which are really appreciable steps. So I really feel that in the case of India, there is no crisis due to opportune measures taken by the government. in order to tackle the crisis, in order to avoid the crisis, which might have occurred in our country due to COVID pandemic, supply chain disruption, and Ukraine-Russia war, the government has taken appropriate measures. So we are better when compared to others. Of course, we have to work hard. We have to move ahead appropriately, and we have to extend our support so that we will emerge as a superpower in future. So with this, I conclude my words. Once again, thank you to the organizers and to the patient listeners. Thank you very much. Yeah, over to you, Dr. Anuja and Dr. Deepti.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, madam, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Your session was full of zeal and valuable information. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you very much, everyone. Next session will be a technical session. Before that, I would like to propose vote of thanks for the plenary session. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful conference. On behalf of Seth Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest of plenary session. I would like to thank all honorable delegates who bless us with their presence. I would like to thank our plenary session chairperson, Dr. Dolly Sunny Madam, who spared time from her busiest schedule to grace the conference and sharing valuable knowledge with us. Madam has also provided insight on the topic why India is not facing economic crisis despite COVID, supply chain disruption, and Ukraine-Russia war. Thank you, Madam, for throwing light on this area and giving a different perspective. Thank you very much. I will extend my sincere thanks to our resource person of the session, Mr. Omkar Mane sir, and Dr. Ashok Chikate sir for their presence and for sharing their profound knowledge with us. Today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is definitely encouraging us in future events. Thanks to all the speakers for adorning the occasion and sharing opinions today. Here we conclude the plenary session. The next session will be a technical session, and for the technical session, I would like to call Dr. Vandana Vijayvargiya Madam. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. A very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Seth Hirachan Mutha Shaikshanik Trust, Seth Hirachan Mutha College, I, Dr. Vandana Vijayvargiya, Coordinator of Research Cell, welcome you all in technical session of today's international conference entitled as Global Impact of Collision between Russia and Ukraine on Economy. For this technical session, we have an eminent personality, Dr. Suresh Namdev Mend, with us. He is an associate professor in Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, University of Mumbai. Sir has qualified Maharashtra SET examination in May 2003 in the subject economics. He has also completed PhD in economics from Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad in 2008. Sir has 25 years of teaching experience, including UG and PG level. There are so many feathers in his cap. Sir has more than 11 years of research experience. 4 students are pursuing PhD under the able guidance of Dr. Mend. His so many research papers have been published in national and international journals. Sir has also presented papers in various conferences. He has also been invited as a resource person for so many national and international conferences. Book chapters as a main author are also there in his credit. So I request this eminent personality for chairing today's technical session. So now we will take the presentation, and there are some instructions regarding presentation, paper presentation. 7 minutes will be given to each presentation. And so please, all the participants, take a note of it that you are not exceeding the time limit. And if you are having any questions for attendees, I'm telling, if there are any questions regarding presentation, that can be asked after individual presentation gets over. So here,
Our first presenters are Dr. Manju Garg and Ms. Tamanna, and the topic is global impact of Russia and Ukraine war on education sector. Please, Dr. Manju Garg and Ms. Tamanna.
Thank you so much, ma'am, to give such a beautiful opportunity to me. Ma'am, may I hear this? Audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I want to present my presentation. May I screen share?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, I want to say a very thankful to Dr. Vanna ma'am and Professor Suresh for giving such a beautiful opportunity to present my paper. I am Dr. Manju Garg, Assistant Professor from KLP College, Rewari, Haryana. Sir, my topic is global impact of Russia-Ukraine war on education sector. In the current scenario, we can see everywhere when the Russia-Ukraine was started on 1st February 24, 2022, there is a crisis in Russia-Ukraine is terrifying. Everywhere on the current situation and new developments. Conflict is having an impact on students from both countries, that is Russia and Ukraine. Due to this, several schools are serving their connections with Russian institutions of higher learning and corporations. Even though international students' physical and emotional well-being have been impacted by this crisis. Instead of focusing on their education or employment, they are forced to leave the nation in order to safeguard their lives. Prospective students should abandon their plans to attend university in Ukraine soon for a number of obvious reasons. According to UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report, the current situation in Ukraine is a sobering reminder than crisis. People are compelled to abandon their life and they have a lot of horror regarding with related situations. There are two objectives of my study, that is to examine the role of India during Russia-Ukraine war, to analyze the key steps to protect their education. But before, I want to explain what is the impact of this war on international students. The Ministry of External Affairs presented information that minimum imaginary figure, that is 18,000 Indian students are enrolled in educational institutions in Ukraine, that is more Russia and France. India have emerged from Ukraine since the end of January. But after this war, the number of students, those that take their study in Ukraine and Russia, they have to come back in their own country. The role of India is looking into the way how to reduce the crisis in Ukraine that may less affect on students' education. India stated on Monday that is looking at method to lessen the impact on education of their kids. In the midst of ongoing crisis that started on February 24, the Indian government launched Operation Ganga, in which it is possible for more than 22,000 citizens, most of whom were students from several Ukrainian institutions, to return their homes safely. The key steps to protect the education. The first one is to stop assaulting educational institutions or employing explosives with broad-reaching consequences in close proximity to them. Second, countries have to support the remaining countries, they have to support the Russia-Ukraine students to implement the practice of safe school declaration and international political commitments regarding to the safety of children, educators, schools, universities under this conflict. The third one, the assailants need to be held accountable. They have the accountability that there will be no negative impact on the students. Those are taking educations in different schools, universities, and other. Lastly, it is safe. Money must be generated and critically spent towards restoring institutions and colleges. Those are damages during these wars. How to improve the post-war educational situation? After the war, the situation has become worse. Then there is a requirement to improve the situation and to improve the educational points. Temporary protection means कि primary safety is to be provided and temporary protection plans to be implemented, in which the government directive permits entry for persons under the age of 18 years benefiting from the temporary protection status under the same term their own national and EU residents. Strengthening online education. After the corona, we can see the online education is more and more emphasized by everyone. But in this world, this online education is to be implemented. More than number of students, number of schools, they are used online education to provide their students to reduce the negative impact of this world. This is a safety reason to improve the educational point. Policy gaps and available resources, they have to be provide the resource from which the students can get the information or they can take higher education, and they can take the education from another countries or where it's possible, and all the countries they have to be implemented. Note it, the VAR. In last, the VAR is longer. The term effect on educational access and quality also. We can see there is a lot of time and money is waste in this world. But we have to be use our time and money to improve the education of the kids, of the students from the different universities, schools and other. We have to be reduce the stress and trauma of the students those are facing these challenges. Children in conflict and crisis affected area are twice. We have to be reduce this crisis. And the more important, we have to be think that these crises are never again implement or recreate in these countries, because these type of crises have the negative and worst impact on the education of the students. Those are the builders of our nation. Armed violence against students, instructions and educational buildings, they have to be implemented. For students from our nation, such as India, the situation has made it challenging for them to complete their studies in Ukraine. This is our future. In India, especially, we can see the students from our country are having threat to take their education in other countries, because these type of war can be occur at any time. So the India is not the number of students those are in India. They are not interested. They are not preferred their study in other countries. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes. If there are any queries regarding this individual presentation, please ask.
No, ma'am, there is no query. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this opportunity to present my paper in this conference. It's a really big opportunity for me to attend this conference. Thank you so much, ma'am. This is a really current topic, and we can say the warming topic which we have to be studied, and we have to be implement there's less impact on the education. Such type of war occurs every day, but we have to be seen that education will be not suffered. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Mr. Bholanath Samant, and his topic is impact of collision of Russia and Ukraine on mental health of Ukraine children. Mr. Bholanath Samant.
If she is not there, then call to next, madam, please.
Okay, he was there actually. Our next presenter, Mr. N.M. Patil, Rajkumar Balanpillai, and Mr. Amol Mature, and their paper is Impact of Russia-Ukrainian War on Indian Economy.
Not audible, I think.
Yes, you are not audible. Mr. N.M. Patil, Rajkumar Pillai, and Mr. Amol.
They should unmute.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, audible.
Yes, yes. Please share PPT. Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes. Now you are audible.
Good afternoon to all. The title of a paper is Impact of Russo-Ukrainian War on the Indian Economy. We, myself, N.M. Patil, and my co-author, Rajkumar Pillai, we are going to present this paper. Introduction. The crisis in Ukraine has created a humanitarian crisis and influenced the global economy. The war resulted into the cost in terms of reduced trade and higher food and energy prices in many countries. Poorer countries were high risk of war since they tend to spend a large fraction of their incomes on food. The surge in oil prices as a result of the crisis poses considerable risk in the Indian economy. The major sectors affected are banking, energy, automobile, education, aviation, and import-export. The impact will be felt more on inflation, a widening current account deficit, and a falling rupee. India has been able to manage the pressures on its diplomacy despite the great tensions surrounding the war in Ukraine. There are two objectives of this particular research. The first one is to reveal the effects of Russo-Ukrainian war on Indian economy, and the second one is to identify political opportunities, potential opportunities for the development of Indian economy. So far as the methodology is concerned, this paper is of theoretical type, and it is based on secondary data only. The information is obtained through print and electronic media. The data was also gathered from research publications. Effects of war on Indian economy. In the month of February 2022, Russia and Ukraine entered into a conflict, as well as the weakened rupee made imports expensive. The rise in the crude prices only made things worse, which has influenced the Indian economy, resulting in consequences and impacts on different areas. At the United Nations meeting, India refrained from voting and maintained neutrality. An attempt has been made in this paper to understand the impact of Russo-Ukrainian war on different sectors of Indian economy. So far as the sectors affected are concerned, the first sector is banking sector. The war has impacted the production and delivery of a wide range of raw materials and commodities. Thus, banks in India would face headwinds as a fallout of the situation. The war has resulted in a rise in inflation and borrower stress that could affect the company's ability to fully pay back loans. The second sector which has affected is energy. India's energy sector is under stress due to import limitations and Western sanctions against Russia. Indian oil companies having stakes in Russian oil are facing challenges in transporting and trading their equity oil. High oil and natural gas prices have slowed down the economy growth prospects so far as India is concerned. The next field is automobile industry. India's automobile industry is likely to tolerate the effects of lower supplies of components caused by the war. Both Ukraine and Russia produce key raw materials used in automobile industries such as semiconductors. Russia is the largest producer of palladium and Ukraine is the leading producer and exporter of neon gas. Shortage of these raw materials may hamper the automobile industry in India. Rising prices of petroleum and diesel may reduce the sale of auto vehicles. Then the next field is education. India lacks enough seats in medical schools. Many students have to complete their education in Ukraine and Russia, particularly in the field of medicine. It is because of the war, many students in these countries left their education and returned back to India. So far as the education sector is concerned, it is hampered highly. Then increased gold prices are there. The equity market had become unstable. The majority of investors shifted their focus to investing in gold, which is considered a low-risk investment, and this has resulted in a rise in gold prices. Aviation field is one of the important sectors which has also affected due to the Russo-Ukrainian war. The closure of airports in Ukraine during the war has had airline reroute their planes. Flights between India and US overfly Russia to save time and fuel. The unavailability of Russian airspace during the wartime led to inconvenience for both India and US airlines and passengers. Then the next field is import-export. Petrochemical products, metals, edible oil, parts of machinery and other goods form a bulk of stuff that India imports regularly. Several manufacturing companies import machinery and tools. Indian importers had a peak, had pay more money for same good and services they had imported earlier. For instance, all the mobile manufacturing companies have to import computer chips and then assemble the devices and gadgets in India. It is because of the declined value of the Indian rupee against the US dollar, India had to pay more for these items. Exporters had found that several Ukrainian and Russian buyers showed an inability to make payments in any foreign country. India's export to Russia largely include pharma, organic chemicals, tea, coffee, marine products, auto components, agrochemicals, and electronics. The export of these items was hampered up to some extent during the war period. Then, so far as the inflation is concerned, the rise in petroleum and diesel prices during the war led to raised transportation and logistic costs of commodities, resulting in the price rise in the domestic and international commodities. India imports mineral oil, precious stones, and fertilizers from Russia. An increase in the prices of these commodities led to significant inflation in the country. More than 90% of India's imported sunflower oil generally comes from Ukraine and Russia, particularly Ukraine. Prices of edible oil, vegetable oil, and oilseeds were raised during the war. To some extent, this could help mustard seed growers in Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh of the country. Then opportunities. There are several opportunities for Indian economy is concerned. See, every year as thousands of Indian students get admitted to Ukraine and Russia institutions of education, billions of dollars are being spent as foreign exchange to pay for education. Thus, India has an opportunity to expand its higher education system. Russia would need to support of India to heal the holes in the economy. India should be ready to grab this opportunity for export. The sanctions imposed on Russia could boost India's travel and tourism industry, as India could emerge as a favored tourist destination for Russian tourists. India should develop a number of tourist places of Russia for Russians in Goa particularly. The Russia-Ukraine war will support upholding the Indian export drive while also allowing India to get involved more deeply in the global supply networks. Indian entrepreneurs should be encouraged to encash this particular opportunity. Though wars are undesirable events, they do provide opening for long-term investments. To reduce the import of fossil fuels, renewable energy resources like solar power should be developed in India. Suggestions. There are certain suggestions we have made. Indian government should expand its higher education system to reduce students' dependence on foreign universities and educational institutions. India should develop non-conventional energy resources like solar energy to reduce the imports of fossil fuels. Then rising inflation and declining value of the rupee can lead to a decline in investment activity. Therefore, both institutional and retail investors have to take a measured investment approach. And the last one is Indian exporters should search for a new area to export commodities. Then conclusion, the Russo-Ukrainian war has its direct and indirect effects on Indian economy, banking, energy, education, automobile, and import-export are the sectors mainly affected by this war. As a part of its strategic plan, India should expand its higher education sector, develop non-conventional energy resources like solar energy, and grow more oilseeds crops. Manufacturers and exporters can take after-war export opportunities. And these are the references. Thank you.
Yes. If anybody is having any query, they can ask.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes. Yes. Want to say something? Okay. If anybody is having any query regarding this presentation, please ask. Our next presenter is Ms. Bunny Govil, and her topic is Russia-Ukraine war impact on India's oil market.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Mani Govil. I am from NMIMS University. Ma'am, there's a lot of noise. Can I? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting a paper on Russia-Ukraine war impact on India's oil market. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. I'll just share my screen. Can you see my screen? Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible? Am I audible?
Yes, your screen is visible and you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, we know that oil is a very important resource, so I thought of doing research on how it has impacted our economy, because all infrastructural development and the economic development happens. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Your voice is low.
Okay. Okay. I'll just increase the volume. And yes, is it better now? Is it okay, ma'am? Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So the objective of the paper is to find the impact of the Ukraine crisis on different aspects of the economy. Then also to analyze our dependency on Russia and other traditional oil suppliers. and how the oil crisis has been affecting India in the scenario of rising oil prices. And a main discussion is on oil security, because this is one issue which has been hampering India's growth for a very long time, and there seems to be no solution, because time and again we have been exposed to a lot of insecurities due to geopolitical tensions, and this has because of which our import basket has changed, but most of it is not by choice. We have been forced into changing our oil suppliers because of our dependency on them. And also we'll be talking about the challenges faced. So Russia is the third largest oil producer after United States and Saudi Arabia. Although for India till now it was not, we were hardly importing only 2% maybe of oil from Russia before this crisis struck the world before February 2022. Russia had been exporting to European Union to a large extent. European Union imports 35% of natural gas, 20% of crude oil, and 40% of coal, because of which the coal prices have also gone up, because Russia is a major producer of oil and coal. It has been exporting a lot to USA also, because USA has been importing 672,000 barrels per day of oil. So it's because of the war happened, the oil supply got disrupted. There has been disruption in the oil supply chain, also due to the sanctions imposed by European Union and USA on Russia. They could not import from the European Union, and USA now cannot import any oil from Russia, which is why they are eating away into our suppliers, our traditional suppliers like Middle East, OPEC, which is OPEC. Middle East is a part of OPEC, and we also import oil from USA. So that supply got diverted to European countries who were facing winters at that point of time, and they were in heavy demand of natural gas and oil at that point of time. So this is not the only crisis which has happened. Even before that, before the war, we have been exposed to oil fluctuation, price and oil fluctuation in 1973, Arab-Israel war in 1973, and with Saudi Arab and Israel are both very prominent oil suppliers. Iraq war in 1980, because of which the oil prices skyrocketed. Iraq had annexed Kuwait in 1990. We had the balance of payment crisis, and a major contributor of that crisis was this war. And Iraq is a major oil producer. So it's been this is one situation, but before this also we have been exposed to a lot of oil fluctuations, and which is why time and again we have been changing our oil import basket. But most of we cannot choose, because India is heavily dependent on our imports when oil is concerned. Because of this crisis, India has recorded the lowest growth rate in the first 3 months of 2022 at 4.1% compared to 8.7% in the first quarter of 2021. Also, at this point of time, the crisis struck at a point when the demand of oil was also increasing because of the unlockdowns which are happening. The economy had started growing now, and because of which the demand for crucial components and metals and oil had all started increasing. Because of the crisis, the oil prices jumped with 72% in 21-22 at 40% during these few days between November 3rd November and March 22. There was a loss, revenue loss from the oil marketing companies like BPCL, HPCL, because the government was not able to had subsidized the oil to a large extent, and the retail prices had not increased till March because the elections were happening in many of the places. So the oil marketing companies faced a huge dent on their profits, and there was a huge revenue losses for those companies. Inflation rate, because increase in oil fuels, a lot of inflation in other commodities also. So inflation increased to 7.8%. We all know that 6% is the upper limit which our monetary policy MPC has imposed. So it was way above 6%. also the taxes were already high on petrol and diesel. We all know that we've been struggling with high petrol taxes on petrol GST. There's tax from the central government, tax from the state government, which adds a lot of burden to the common man. So in the scenario, it became very difficult for the common man and the economy both to deal with the situation. Our current account deficit, because we know that oil contributes a lot to our imports. 65% of our oil comes from other countries. So the deficit increased to $13.4 billion from 1% to 1.5%. Our trade deficit also increased from a surplus of 0.9% to one deficit of 1.2%. And the rupee started depreciating because of this. And because the rupee was depreciating, the current account deficit increased. So there was one problem leading to the other. And the rupee saw a depreciation from 74.5 per dollar to 76 dollar on 18th March. So this is how the oil prices have moved up. There's a massive increase in February to March. It increased to around $144 a barrel from the average, which is 90. Thankfully, now it has come back to 100. It's in the range of 95 to $100. But after we started importing from Russia, so there's been a change in how the import basket has changed. So we know that the problem was that India is the largest oil importing country. There's been already struggling with huge shortages and rising demand. So this crisis added to the whole problem. And we have been importing a lot from OPEC, but because OPEC did not agree to increase the production, and already the supply of OPEC was diverted towards European Union and US. So the prices in India just shot up. Just to give you a background of how we have been, our relations have been with Russia. So we've had a lot of agreements with Russia. It's been an all-weather friend. We've partnered in many areas like military, space, nuclear energy, trade and commerce, education, culture. Also in the oil sector, Russia has really helped India. It bought SR oil in 2017, and it signed an agreement with Indian Oil in 2020. So it's not only now that we have started increasing our purchases from Russia, but it was happening since 2010. And even before that. So this is just to show you how the oil supplies have changed in India. The oil import basket has changed. So from May 2020 to 2020, from 2021 to May 2022, this has been the change. Iraq, we've reduced our purchases from Iraq. Saudi Arabia has reduced. It's now reduced from 1.11 million barrels per day to 0.71 million barrels per day. USA has reduced, and this has increased. Russia, it was only 0.06 million barrels per day, has now increased. It's come into the second largest oil supplier to India. It was very insignificant before the oil crisis happened, but now this Ukraine crisis happened, but now we are sourcing around 0.74 million barrels per day after Iraq. So it's become our second largest oil supplier. So since it's been a problem as well as an opportunity also. So it gave us an opportunity to increase our sources from Russia because it's the huge discount that it was offering. So we were able to get a $20 to $25 discount per barrel from Russia at this point of time, because a lot of countries had imposed sanctions on Russia. But since India has always been following a policy of non-alignment, so it was neutral towards that, and it it's always had many relations with Russia. So we were able to get a lot of discounts from Russia, and we were able to increase our supply from Russia and therefore stabilize the prices, which was extremely important at this point of time. When there's a global slowdown, when there's inflation in other aspects also. So we have been very lucky, but it's not always that we will be that lucky. So the rest of my paper deals with how we need to be We need to have a proper planned oil diversity policy happening. We should diversify our oil resources. Also, we cannot neglect our renewable sources of energy. We have to invest more and more on that. Right now, the investment is not really up to the mark. We need to invest more, make collaborations as far as renewable energy is concerned. The India Niti Aayog has put a target of having 30% energy, renewable energy by 2040, but that seems to be a little far-fetched as of now, because the way maybe there's a global slowdown and the fact that we have been spending a lot on even the fiscal deficit has increased because of the oil burden, oil crisis. So we need to focus on not only oil as a energy resource, but also other constituents, other resources of renewable energy like renewable energy, electricity, coal production. So that needs to be, that is the need of the hour. So we won't be lucky all the time. We need to be prepared for such kind of geopolitical tensions. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Once again, I'm announcing that there are any queries. If so, then participants can ask the queries. You can write your queries in chat box as well. Regarding this individual presentation, if you have any query, please ask. You can write your queries in chat box as well. Our next presenters are Mr. Rushikesh Govind Jade, Dr. Hasit Kumar Nagaria, and Mr. Mahesh Ghanshyam Kandlakar. Their paper is The Impact of Ukraine-Russia War on Indian Students Studying in Ukraine.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Rushikesh Jade, and my colleague, Mr. Mahesh Kandalkar and Dr. Hasit Kumar Nagaria, we are presenting the paper. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Immediately after the horror of the pandemic during a couple of years, 2019-21, the whole world is now witnessing the terrifying situation of the war between Russia and Ukraine. On one side, every country the whole world is trying to come up from the disaster created by Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Do continue.
Yes, thank you. Citizens and people staying in Ukraine forced to migrate themselves for their safety and survival. The most important crisis happened in Ukraine, that is, foreign students were also affected badly. They have faced not only the restrictions but also racism. The worrisome situation for students with uncertainty of careers has been generated by this war. Under this situation, 20,000 Indian students trapped in this situation, specifically the medical students went in the Ukraine for their medical education. Considerably, their number was high, that is 20,000. All the students were under mental trauma about only one question were in their mind, what next? Of this paper.
Hello, thank you, sir. I will now throw a light on the objectives of our research paper. Our first objective is to study the provisions of Indian Medical Commission regarding the foreign medical graduates. Second objective of our research paper is to study the reasons for migration of Indian students for the medical education. And third is to identify the problems faced by Indian medical students pre and post-war period. Fourth objective is to offer suggestions to the National Medical Council and Indian government. For this particular research paper, we have seen various review of literature. In that first review of literature is about Tarun Nangia's article in the Daily Guardian. He had investigated the comparison between the pros and cons of Indian and foreign medical education systems. The second review we have taken from Danita Yadav's article, which was published in timesnownews.com. The guidelines of the National Medical Commission regarding the foreign medical graduates, and also explain the impact of these guidelines on the students studying in Ukraine. Our third review of literature was from Times Higher Education, where Paula Lems, she had noted in her article the observation of interview of students and their parents in the article named "War in Ukraine Disturbs Medical Education in India." Any paper will not get complete without research methodology. So in research methodology, basically we have collected secondary data from various sources, such as newspaper articles, websites, research papers, and news reports. And basically we have covered period of study from 2021-22 for the purpose of study. That is 1 year only. That means before starting of the Ukraine-Russia war until today's time. Thank you. Now I will request Mahesh Kandalkar sir. Sorry, I will request Rishikesh sir to throw a light on the critical analysis of our research paper.
Thank you, Nagaria sir. After critical analysis of the crisis, we have analyzed 3 to 4 major problems occurred due to this war. First problem is we got the area, that is reasons for Indian students going abroad for medical education. Now, it is very much important to understand why basically medical students are going abroad for their higher education in medical stream. The first reason is insufficient seats for MBBS and other medical courses. It is very much important that in India, total medical seats available for MBBS and other medical courses available are only 92,000, against which people attending the exam, that is NEET, which is the entrance exam for getting admission in MBBS and other medical courses, the number of students was almost 18,000. Now, rather it is 18 lakh. Now, it is considerably large number. We can see that against the 92,000 seats, we have the 18 lakh students attempting the NEET exam, which is almost 20 times than the seats available. Second important point we have got from the critical analysis is cutthroat competition in government medical colleges. While getting admission in government medical colleges, every student has to be there in the merit list while getting the admission. He has to or she has to score considerably, and the admission, they may lose the admission by the points also in their marks. Third major reason for the students going abroad for their medical education is heavy and unaffordable fees for private medical colleges. It is very much unfortunate that the students who are not able to get admission in government medical colleges are also not able to afford able to get the admission in the private medical colleges also, because they cannot afford the fees charged by these medical colleges. The total cost of the medical education in India in private colleges is nearby almost 50 to 50 lakhs to 1 crore. Such a big cost cannot be afforded by the middle class family students. The second area we have analyzed from this crisis is guideline for the foreign medical graduate for participating in India. Foreign medical graduates cannot get transferred to Indian university in between the course from the foreign university. Any foreign medical graduate, if want to transfer their education from foreign university, in between their education, there is no provision in India to transfer their admission to the Indian colleges. Foreign medical graduate have to clear national exit test conducted by the National Medical Council. Now here the question arises, if the student is completing his internship and with registration in foreign country, that student has to complete his national exit test in India again, and one more he has to give, or she has to give the exam, that is entrance test national exit test conducted by the National Medical Council. It increases the exam burden over the student. Third major area is additional internship of 12 months. Now the question arises, after the 12 months internship in foreign countries, foreign university, every foreign medical graduate has to undergo the additional internship in India also, and then after exit test and internship of 12 months, they will be able to practice in India. Last but not least, the student have to complete their medical education within 10 years from the date of joining. This is one of the most critical area where students get into trouble, because they have to, from their starting of their education, medical education, they have to compulsorily complete medical education within the span of 10 years. Now the question arises, if they cannot finish their education before 10 years, they will not be able to or eligible to apply for practicing in India for their medicine education. Third major area we have analyzed, that is challenges faced by the Indian medical student due to Ukraine-Russia war. First point in that is threat of physical and mental safety. Every medical student or any person was staying in Ukraine was feeling the threat of physical and mental safety also. Second area is uncertainty of career in case of calamities of disaster. This is regarding the students studying in Ukraine. Especially, we are talking about the Indian medical students. If they went there for their medical education. During this war period, they were feeling uncertainty of career in case of calamities or disaster like war, etc. Threats of expiry of limited duration. In my last slide, the last point mentioned that within the span of 10 years, they have to complete their medical education. If suppose they were not able to complete their medical education within the period of 10 years, they are not eligible to apply for practice in India. Fourth important point to be taken into consideration is inability to repay education loan. As students are coming back in between their medical education, they are not able to complete their medical education and practice ahead, and by practicing they cannot earn money, due to which they are unable to repay education loans. Now, I request my colleague, Mr. Mahesh Kandalkar, to explain limitation of study. Over to Mahesh Kandalkar, sir.
Thank you, Rishikesh, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to continue with the next part of our research paper, that is limitations. So first limitation of our study is the time limit for the present study is restricted to 1 year. As the data, secondary data which we have collected for the year 21-22, so we have restricted the time period to 1 year. I would like to go to the next limitation. The study is based on secondary data as the situation does not permit to collect the primary data. The third limitation is the study is restricted to medical students only. And we have identified the scope for future research in this particular area. The first point here we can see that is the current study can help the future researchers to investigate other fields students who are affected due to similar kind of problems. The second one, it can help the future researchers. It can help the future researchers to find out concrete solution to be provided to the affected medical students. Then the findings of the papers are as follows. Indian medical students forced to leave their education midst, that is, when the war started, the Indian medical students have to leave Ukraine and they have to come India. So in between, they have left their education. And the second one is their career got trapped into uncertainty and complications due to lack of provisions by National Medical Commission. So as my colleague has thrown a light that the provisions which are given by the National Medical Commission, where there is no provision to absorb the students who have come from abroad and they have not completed their education because of any reason. The third one is first root cause for mitigation of the medical students is inadequate seats for medical education in India. Fourth one is the second root cause is the heavy cost of medical education in private colleges in India as compared to medical colleges in foreign countries like Ukraine. The first one is the national to increase the number of MBBS seats as the number of students appearing in India for medical entrance exam is increasing every year. So the number of seats should be increased in India itself. Then set some standards to control the fees of MBBS in private colleges so that the students from India will not go abroad and they can complete their education in India itself. Third one is review the provisions of the foreign medical graduates which has been given by National Medical Council of India so that the Indian students who are going for medical education, they will have better opportunities and better provisions in India, and which will also help us to solve the problem of brain drain. Thank you.
Yes, if there are any queries regarding this individual presentation, please ask. Okay, our next presenters are Ms. Vishakha Patil and Mr. Shivraj Bhosle, and their paper is The Burning Bread Basket, Russia-Ukraine War and the Food Crisis. Ms.
Yes, ma'am. I will share the screen. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will share the screen.
I think I would just appeal to presenters, try to go with your objectives and methodology, and at the end of your sessions, it would be grateful for the time management. So this is the request to presenters. Go ahead.
A minute. Is my PT visible?
Yes, yes, Vishak, it's visible.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm not able to switch on the camera. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, it's visible and audible also. Vishaka, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Just give me a minute. I think I'm not able to see. Yeah. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Our paper is titled as "The Burning Bread Basket: The Russia-Ukraine War and the Food Crisis." I myself, Vishakha Patil, and my colleague, Mr. Shivraj Bhosle, both of us are here to present our paper. And we are assistant professors working presently in Mutha College. Can you see the next screen? Next slide. I'll try sharing again. Just yeah. Yeah. So as we all know that the ongoing war was started on 24th February 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, which basically triggered a full-blown war. However, the history of this particular war, as we all know, goes back to the 2014 annexation of Crimea by the Russian forces, which basically triggered some kind of hostility between the two nations. The most important impact of this particular war has been the disruptions it has caused on global supply chains, especially in terms of the 3 Fs, as we know, the fuel, food, and fertilizer crisis, which have been experienced all over the world. As per the estimates released by the Food and Agriculture Organization in March 2020, it says that the food price index saw the highest rise in 2020, and it is estimated that the average surge in prices would push at least 40 million people under the $1.90 per day poverty line, as estimated by the World Bank. And therefore, in this context, our paper tries to examine the economic impact of the Russia-Ukraine war, specifically with relation to 2 or 3 important crops like wheat, barley, maize, and sunflower oil, and its impact on certain regions of the world, which includes parts of South Asia, European Union, the WANA countries, West Asia, and the Middle Eastern countries as such, the West Asia and the North African countries. The methodology used by us is mainly secondary sources. We have adopted quantitative methodology based on the data available by the FAO, as well as it is a part of the descriptive research, and hence the objectives of the paper are to analyze the repercussions that the war has caused on the food systems in specific parts of Europe, North Africa, West Asia, and parts of South Asia as such, and to scrutinize the association between the food crisis and the challenges these vulnerable nations will be facing in the upcoming months. As far as disruptions in the supply chains are concerned, we know that both Russia and Ukraine are the leading producers and suppliers of certain important agricultural commodities, and hence they are also called as a bread basket of the world. 70% of Ukraine's land is cultivable, and so is approximately 50% of Russia's land. The conflict and the immediate impact of the conflict was a displacement of the people domestically, and it led to a huge refugee crisis also in different parts of the world. Due to the displacement, of course, it impacted the harvesting and the sowing seasons, which were due in the month of March and April. More importantly, due to the restrictions on exports, due to the closure of borders and the exports licensing restrictions and the military takeover of certain strategic ports, we could experience a shortage of wheat, particularly of wheat, maize, barley, sunflower, and crude oil in a number of least developed countries or the low-income food deficit nations of the world as such. This particular graph provides us information about the production quantities of these crops in both Russia and Ukraine. And as we can see, As far as wheat is concerned, almost 14% of the total world exports of the wheat are produced by Russia and Ukraine collectively, which are more than 75 million tons as such. More importantly, this particular slide explains the exports that Russia and Ukraine undertake as compared to their production. And what we see is more than 30,000 million tons of wheat are exported by Russian Federation, and Ukrainian Federation, and Ukraine exports more approximately 20,000 tons of wheat in a particular year as such. Obviously, these data is available on the Food and Agriculture Organization website. It's mainly the data of 2021, as 20 has not yet been available to us. Apart from that, what we have also understood is that 19% of the global outlay of barley is supplied by Russia alone, and 4% of the maize and 4% of maize is also supplied by Russia alone. More importantly, how does the supply takes place? The most important region is through the maritime trade, of course. As far as the data by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development is concerned, they have estimated that 80% of the world's trade happens via sea lines of communication and is maritime in nature. And therefore, some important ports, it's important to look at certain critical ports which have been since a very long time used for the supply of these grains to different nations. The port of Odessa, Chernomorsk, Yuzhny, Berdyansk and Mariupol are some important critical ports in Ukraine by which wheat and other items have been exported to these nations. However, after the war and the strategic naval blockade which was undertaken by the Russian Federation, these ports were closed down for almost 6 months, and hence trade and exports were hampered to a large extent as such. However, in the last month, we have seen that talks have been brokered by the United Nations, and therefore there has been resumption of exports from certain ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Yuzhny, and therefore that has led to and that has provided some relief to the different nations as such. But however, till the war is completely till the war completely subsides, our paper basically estimates that there will be agricultural crisis felt in the different regions of the world. Thank you so much. I would now invite my colleague Shivraj to please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Vishaka ma'am. So taking further from what Vishaka ma'am has mentioned about the impact of the crisis on different regions of the world, specifically the regions which are affected the most are the regions in Africa as well as in Asia, the larger Greater Asian continent. Because the European Union, even if it is one of the largest importer of the Russian goods, it also is it can also buffet the crisis. It can also buffet the problem which are created by the which are created by the glut in the supply due to the fiscal measures which are taken by the respective governments as well as by the European Union itself. So there can be a collective measures taken by both the European Union, European Commission, as well as by the individual nation states in the European Union. So as stated earlier, this it has affected largely the EU imports commodities like wheat, sunflower seeds, oil and maize from Ukraine, and the trade commodities between the EU and Ukraine, generally which takes place through the duty-free quotas, thereby leading to a free flow of trade. The relationship has been hampered since the 2014 annexation, as Vishaka ma'am mentioned earlier. And the countries which are largely affected in this region are the Cyprus, Bulgaria, Greece, Hungary, Lithuania, Italy, Netherlands, Portugal, and Spain. Now, specifically, if you look at the geographical connection between these regions, between these sub-regions of the European Union, we can definitely figure out that the Western Balkans, which are critical not just for the purpose of the agricultural inputs to the mainland Europe, but they are also critical when it comes to the geopolitical when it comes to the geopolitical leverage between the European Union as well as between the Russia. So that's why Western Balkans play a very, very crucial role when we talk about the European Union impact on the European Union of the Russian war effort. Apart from that, the dispute has greatly steered the inflationary pressure in North Africa, especially the regions of Sahel and Horn of Africa have been affected greatly. And African Union Commission and African Union Development Agency have tried to facilitate the dialogues to create a common food system summit. Most of the efforts have been the intermediaries have been the nations like nations in the West Asia, as well as the nation like Turkey. One of the intermediary nation when the UN brokered discussion was taking place between the Ukraine and Russia was Turkey. So because their involvement is also very much critical when it comes to sending the finished goods, when it comes to sending the finished agricultural produce to these regions. So that's why the other littoral countries, peripheral countries, are also crucial for the stability, for the food security, as well as the nutritional fortification in the North African region. Then for the South Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Myanmar, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. India, as has been discussed before in multiple presentations as well, that it continues with its policy of importing the cheaper oil and gas from the Russian Federation. However, the vicissitudes of the war are still uncertain. They are still not completely determined, and that's why till what extent this cheaper imports are going to benefit benefit both the refiners as well as the consumers is yet to be seen. Then, as we already know that Sri Lanka is facing the debt crisis, which has been gathering the momentum because of many domestic exigencies by the Sri Lankan government, as well as being heavily dependent on the People's Republic of China when it comes to the long-term debt or based on the equities. Then in Afghanistan, the crisis is twofold. Not just because the Afghan society is reeling under the pressure of inflation, but also because there has been uncertainty on the political front because of the takeover by Taliban in last year. Pakistan, similar situation has arisen similar to what we come across in Sri Lanka. That is largely the debt crisis because of the political instability, as well as because of the economic dependencies on the debt which is given by the People's Republic of China. Plus, apart from the final produce, apart from the agricultural produce, the fertilizers, apart from the inputs, apart from the fertilizers, the inputs which are required for the production of the fertilizers, manufacturing of the fertilizers, both these countries, that is Russia and Ukraine, play a very vital role, especially the chemicals like sulfur. So the high sulfuric content as well as the high potassium content in multiple fertilizers, and these countries being one of the largest exporters of these chemicals. So that has also led to the rising input costs as well as the inflation and the financial growth. That has also led to the less focus on the financial growth and more focus on how to mitigate the risk of stagflation and receding growth. West Asia, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon, these countries have been facing their indigenous problems because of the involvement of the large nation states like Russia, UK, France, Germany, as well as the USA in their domestic political issues. Apart from that, that has permeated into their economic decadence as well. Lebanon, especially after the 2020 Beirut explosions and the ongoing civil war, which is on the verge of the civil war, that has exacerbated the entire problem of the inflation as well as the economic instability in Lebanon. Then, especially during the month of Ramadan, there was an escalation. There was a rise in the demand for the food products. And that demand in the food products was not met commensurately because of the rise in the inflation, because of the rise in the inflation of the input products which are required for the agricultural markets. certain recommendations that the paper would like to further are that the affected regions can seek alternative options for sourcing of agricultural inputs and the agricultural inputs as well as the farm produce. Then intervention by the states can be expected, especially by the central banks, to maintain the balance between welfareism and make sure that the capacity building of the of the industries is not hampered. So they are going to walk a tightrope for the upcoming few months. Then central banks will have to carry forward their hawkish stance when it comes to the inflation targeting, and in which the process this will hopefully will assuage the concerns surrounding the inflation, which is eating into the domestic savings of both the small investors as well as the institutional investors. Then conclusion, as we already know, that the shortage of 3 Fs, that is the food, fuel, and fertilizers, is something which needs to be critically addressed, which needs to be addressed at a fast pace. Then inflationary pressure has upset the operations of food system and nutritional security, especially in the third world countries, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 countries. That has led to the humanitarian crisis. Plus the countries which are suffering from some kind of a political instability. So if the nutritional security becomes one more concern for them, definitely it is going to fizzle the situation out of the proportion for all these regions. Then certain risks which are convergent in nature due to geopolitical tensions, and how the tools or how the mechanisms can be created to cover them, how the tools or mechanisms can be created to mitigate them. And that certainly requires a lot of global cooperation on the part of both the developed economies as well as the emerging market economies. And these are the references that we have gone through, largely the documents which are published by Food and Agricultural Organization, and certain commentaries by publications like the Diplomat, as well as the publications like Brookings, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Any queries regarding this individual presentation? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Manpreet Kaur, and her topic is positive and negative impact of Ukraine and Russia war on Indian economy. Dr. Manpreet Kaur.
Available, Vandana madam?
Just a second, sir. I'm checking once again.
Because still we don't get any response. So.
Yes. Just a second, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, she's there. Yes, Dr. Manpreet. Am I audible to you? Okay. I think. Okay, I'm taking other presenter, Mr. Bholanath Samant, and his topic is impact of collision of Russia and Ukraine on mental health of Ukraine children. Mr. Bholanath Samant.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are not audible. Bholanath,
Yes,
sir, you are not
yes.
audible.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible. Yes.
Yes. My screen is visible.
Not still, sir.
No, sir.
Visible, ma'am?
Yet not.
Okay. Ma'am, my slides, can you display on the screen?
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Bhulanath Samanto, Honorable Chairperson of the Technical Session, Dr. Suresh Sir, and Bandana Madam. I am going to my research paper on impact of collision of Russia and Ukraine on mental health of Ukraine children. Next. Madam, next. Yes. The Russian-Ukraine war that began on 24th February 2022 has become one of the biggest and fastest growing humanitarian emergencies since World War II, with over 6.7 million Ukrainian refugees having fled their country to date. The World Health Organization, who defines a disaster as a sudden ecological phenomena of student magnitude to require external assistance. Man-made disaster include military conflicts such as RUW. Peak 2008 indicate that there are different behavioral, psychological, and emotional problems and instabilities found in children and women after any type of disaster. Emotional instability, stress, reactions, anxiety, trauma, and other psychological symptoms are observed common after the disaster and other traumatic experiences. Next, madam. Madam, objectives, please. Next. Next. No. Objectives. Objective slides, ma'am. Next. Yes, yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. My paper objectives is to find out the causes of collision of Russia and Ukraine, to know the nature of impact of collision on mental health of Ukraine's children, to find out some ways to support to Ukraine children. My research question of this paper is question 1: what are the causes of collision of Russia and Ukraine? What is the impact of collision on mental health of children of Ukraine? What are the support system to eradicate mental stress from Ukraine children? I have selected the following methodology. The present study is descriptive and analytical in nature. The secondary data is used, collected from different websites of governments, project papers, research paper, articles, and newspaper. Next, ma'am. Impact of mental health of children. Inside Ukraine, more than 700 children have been killed or injured, with over 2 million displaced. People are trapped in areas with continuous bombardment and escalating conflict, and with the little to no access to basic services, including safety, shelter, food, and water. Their schooling is interrupted by bomb raids of or displacement, and in some areas, they have lost access to basic services or food and been separated from family members. Studies show that in conflict-affected areas, 1 person in 5, 22.1% are estimated to develop depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder, or schizophrenia. In the context of Ukraine, the world mean 45 lakhs 95,591 people and 15 lakhs 31,864 of them children. A child experiencing distress is at risk of permanent changes to brain architecture, epigenetic alteration, and modified gene function, implication for long-term health and development effects, and development effects are critical, including increased risks of stress-related disaster. Managing to escape to safer location, hundreds of thousands of children reside in temporary evacuation centers fashioned from repurposed schools, nurseries, and gymnasium. In these facilities are often cramped and unhealthy, creating optimal condition from transmission of respiratory infection in group of children with poor initial health. Refugees children were facing with language problems, unfamiliarity with the receiving country's health system, and lack of knowledge regarding their rights and entitlements to accessing services. Many children were forced to flee their homes without warning and with only what they were able to carry by hand. Triggered by sheltering from bombardment, migrating from home, having families separated, witnessing the destructions of communities, and suffering the death of family members or friends are hugely destabilities, especially in children. The depression for the desperation for safety, separation of families, and mass human migration towards the West center condition that dangerously increase the risk of children being lured into illegal activities such as human trafficking, sexual harassment, and labor exploitation, and modern slavery, the measure of women and children. About 5.4 million refugees and 7.7 million displaced people who have left their homes for alive and sheltering from Russian aggregation, source from IDP. Next, madam. Next, madam, please. Next, madam. Yes. Yes. Protect and improve, providing services, protect and improve the health and well-being of women, children, and adolescents living in refugees, migrants, and displaced settings. Priority should be given to the provision of essential health services such as mental health, a minimal initial services package for reproductive health, sexual and reproductive health of information services, enhances the capacity to address the social determinants of health and tackle health inequalities, ensure effective health responses, health protection, and take health inequalities in contents in transit and destination in line with health in all policies, strengthen health monitoring and health information system in order to assess and analyze health trends in as appropriate, collate and facility the exchange of experience and lessons learned among member states. Next, madam. Next, madam, please. Conclusion. Next, madam. Madam, next, please. Yes. It may be concluded that for many centuries, mankind was wrongly led to believe that a major war is required to end all the wars for all the times to come. The history has shown that this belief itself has been the cause of many conflicts. Wars cannot bring peace. Retention only causes counter retaliation. Peace can be brought only by non-violent means as expressed by the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi. The term non-violence should be understood not simply as absence of physical injury, but as an active force to love towards all creatures, including humans, animals, and plants. Man cannot live by destructions. Though there may be repulsion enough in nature, yet one lives by attraction and love, which is the basis of society, where life can be more secure and peaceful. In the violent environment, human beings cannot have secure and peaceful condition of life. Next. These are the reference where I have collected data. Thank you. Thanks to all, sir and madam.
Yeah, if there are any queries regarding this individual presentation, please ask. Okay. So our last presenter for today's technical session is Dr. Manpreet Kaur. Madam is available with us. Okay.
I think she is there, but we don't know if she is audible or not. Dr.
Yes.
Manan. But she should talk about, suppose she is not ready to, we will go for the further process.
Okay, sir. So we have done with all the presentations. Now I request Dr. Suresh Mand, sir, chairperson for the today's technical session, for his concluding remarks and suggestions. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Vandana madam. I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much, and I would thankful to you specifically for you coordinated very well.
I must say the title got our attention.
Oh, so what is who is there? Or I think yeah, please mute yourself. Okay, so thank you for the nice coordination, Vandana madam. This is my privilege to the college, this is Mutha College, and this is the really a time of the correct selection of the theme from the college. We were the coordinator committee of the one-day virtual international conference on the very crucial issue, global impact of collision on the between Russia and Ukraine economy. So I would just congratulate to all the organizing team and also principal of the college, management, and all the organizing committee for the right selection of the theme for the day. I would just now talk a few things about the overall presentations and all the presenters who here presented their views and research papers about that from the five presenters here presented their papers on the different theme. First of all, I would like to congratulate to all the paper presenter. You studied well about your themes and you come up with your conclusions. This is the time which actually I feel strongly as a person of economics, because for any kind of analysis, we required so much data, then we can go for the conclusions and particular that analysis. But due to this kind of barriers and limitations, as a researcher, you try to do the different aspects, and I think which is the notable points for the policymakers. Where I started from the presentation from the Tamanna, and you pointed out about the very well about the impact of this war on the education, goods and also what is the impact on the goods market. Also India, what actually damaged from this kind of situation, and few related to the education problem. So I think you presented like this. Then second presenter, whereas presented about the NM Patil sir, and overall he tried to talk about the overall impact of the this war on the different sectors which happened in the economy, yeah, particularly in the context of India. Then Mani Govil presented about the impact on particularly that the macroeconomic variables, which I feel that strongly are impacted in the short-term period, which are found in our country also around the lowest prices, higher prices or inflation rate little bit, particularly food inflation, which hampered from this war, definitely. And in the short term, if you go that the shortest impact or immediate impact we seen on the rising of the prices of oils and some management which happened through the monetary and fiscal policy from our country. And I think if you look and recall that from the that perspective of monetary policy, recently the last month that central bank which rises the repo rate, and it is the monetary management which going on the this kind of crisis. So I feel that you presented very well view regarding the impact on macroeconomic variables. Then Rishikesh and their friends Rajkumar and Mahesh, you presented about the education and how it's very articulated and studyful thoughts, I feel, which immediately which push for the country for the Operation Ganga, and later on also as a policymakers, I think they have agreed and right now adopted for extension of the medical seats. So in that context, you presented your views with that literature and available data, which shows one, I think, immediate ratio, which you explained, which was important, that demand ratio for education or medical education particularly, and how it is not affordable to the Indian peoples, and then how the that peoples and students are going to outside for their education. So that the things which you pointed out and given very well suggestions also for the I think that policy making. Then next presenter Vishakha and Shivraj Bose, you presented about the impact. It's a different aspect. I feel you covered about the impact on that the bread basket, which also as a shortest impact of this war and crisis we've seen in our country, which happened. Or not about the country, you that pointed out about the world, and very well about the total production of the food bread or basket and its impact on the different countries, which you pointed out. It is, I think, it was well. But for the longer time, I would just suggest to you is it was the theme which is the different and good with the help of FAO data, and you pointed out with the impact on the bread basket, and immediately which shown our India also about the food inflationary situation which was rise in the Sri Lanka and other country. They are suffering from this kind of crisis very immediately. So mostly those the countries are depend on the import of the food, so they get the more hamper from this kind of crisis, which you pointed out more or less with the case of the different countries. And I think at the end this Bolanath sir, you pointed out about the that impact of the collision on the Russia Ukraine on the health and mental health of the child in the that context. So I feel that the whatever theme you have chosen for the that presentation, which was really well, and I would just once again congratulate to the all paper presenter. You presented your thoughts, but few things as a chairperson of this session, I would like to convey as a researcher, that because we feel that when the research part has come, so we should go with a lot of data, and that data sources should be the reliable. there should not be used the copy paste things. As a researcher, this is just the general thing, and it's a submission to you all, because I feel the few people presenters are the young. So I try to go with the proper data, proper selection of the data, proper and reliable sources of the data. That proper methodologies also should be defined as a research paper, because it's a international conference. So I feel that strongly as a researcher, we should go and take the effort, because one or two presentations are enough for the year, I think, as a academicians. So we should go with the proper data set, proper the methodologies, the selection of the objective also. I feel as a a researcher, we should go and select the proper hypothesis, and we should try to, I think, judge that evaluations from the data sets with appropriate methods, so that the general ethics we try to incorporate while the next presentations and the publications of the paper. So with this, I think I have the other commitments. Thank you very much to the organizer, to the particularly Anuja madam, to the my friend Arvind also is there, Vikas Kubal is also there, and from the college organization committee, there is the Vandana madam, other team of the organizer. Thank you to you all, and really grateful to see you all the academicians, researchers, and students from the different areas of the country and from the abroad. So thank you very much, one and all, once again. And I think I'm stopping here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable suggestions, your guidance. As researchers, definitely we will take care of it in our future presentations, and we'll get benefited with your guidance. And with this, now I would like to invite Ms. Jagruti Shalar for extending vote of thanks for the technical session. Ms. Jagruti Shalar, madam.
Very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Set Hirachand Mutha Shaikshanik Trust, Set Hirachand Mutha College, I, Ms. Jagruti Shelar, extend vote of thanks to the chairperson of the technical session, Dr. Suresh Mainsa, for accepting our invitation and sparing his valuable time and sharing his words of wisdom with us. I would like to thank all the paper presenters and the delegates, without whom the session could not have been a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Here I declare the conclusion of technical session. Now I request Ms. Anjali Dingra, madam, Assistant Professor Commerce, to conduct valedictory session. Please, ma'am. A warm good afternoon to Galaxy of Intellectuals, invited guests, professors, participants, students, and all the ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of immense pride for me to host this valedictory session. Myself, Assistant Professor Anjali Dingra, on behalf of Seth Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, delighted to offer a gracious welcome to you all in the international conference entitled as Global Impact of Collision between Russia and Ukraine on Economy. For valedictory session, we have with us highly esteemed and inspiring personality, Dr. Arvind Ubale, Principal of Mutha College, Vasai, as our guest of honor. I am extremely privileged to welcome such an elite and distinguished personality, our today's resource person for valedictory session. I also take the pleasure to welcome our college chairman, Mr. Prakash Mutha sir, in charge principal, Mrs. Vaishali Gokhale ma'am, IQAC coordinator, Mrs. Anuja Brahma ma'am, invited guests, faculties, participants, and all ladies and gentlemen. Now I would request Mrs. Vinita Hublikar madam to introduce our honorable guest, Dr. Arvind Ubale. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Mrs. Vinita Hublikar. It's my pleasure and honor to get introduced today's resource person, Dr. Arvind Ubale, sir. He is principal of Mutha College of Vasai. His educational qualification is PhD, MCom, MMS, MSW, EAI, CWAJ. He is NATE qualified in 5 subjects and set in 2 different subjects. Sir also presented 7 research papers in international level and 16 national level research papers. Sir also published 22 papers in renowned journals and 8 references books. So I invite sir to enlighten us with his valuable talk. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir. Dr. Ubare, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
येतोय आवाज.
Yes, आवाज येतोय, हाँ.
Ma'am, am I audible, na?
Yes, yes, sir. You are audible.
So now we are at the end of the or words of the program. Let me congratulate for your efficient and your very time management. Your time management, what you decided, you have completed your whole international organization within the time scheduled. Then I have to congratulate management, specifically our Prakashji Mutha. Prakashji Mutha and we met in the one program, and that time he talked about the education. So your organization got a very visionary leader, Prakash Muthaji, and under his guidance, your organization is growing like anything in the Kalyan. So Muthaji, let me congratulate you. Then your principal, ma'am, then organizing committee, and all participants who have talked about on various aspects of the war. Basically, war impact is on all over the world and all aspect of the human being. So specifically, nobody want war. Specifically, if I'm talking about the Mahatma Ji, the Mahatma Ji said that ki जगाला युद्ध नकोच आहे, युद्धाचे परिणाम सगळ्यांवर घडतात. Okay, so therefore I'll say whether it's an economical effect,
whether it's an effect on the industry, whether effects on the, but main effect on the humanity. So therefore, war going to kill the all humanities, and we are based on the all humanities. So I am very thankful, and I'm just due to the some event happened, and I came very fastly. So I'm taking an apology. I'm asking the apology. I cannot elaborate on the various aspects. So therefore, ma'am, very thank you. Thank you for your respect and your cooperation. And in future, we'll organize. I'm saying we'll organize. Prakashji, Mutha, I request our management, Mutha College management, then Mutha Sir's management will organize one big conference on very recent issues. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Hi, yes.
sir.
So thank you, ma'am. We can start the valedictory section, ma'am, and I'll stop here only. I'm not going to read anything now.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir.
So thank you. Thank you.
Anjali, madam, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening presence. Proceeding further, now I take the pleasure of requesting our in-charge principal, Mrs. Vaishali Gokhale, ma'am, to present the report. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Anjali, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Seth Hirachan Mutha Trust, Seth Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, myself Vaishali Gokhale, in-charge principal and the convener of the Seth Hirachan Mutha College, takes this privilege to welcome all dignitaries. Our advisory committee, Dr. Ajay Bhambre, in-charge Dean of Commerce, Mumbai University, Dr. Dolly Sunny, Chairperson, Board of Studies, Economics, Mumbai University, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairperson, Board of Studies, English, Mumbai University, Dr. Arvind Ubale, Principal, Mutha College, Vasai, Mrs. Shruti Vaikar, former Principal of Seth Hirachan Mutha College. Our international speaker, Dr. Polkowski from the Poland, plenary session chairperson, Dr. Dolly Sunny, technical session chairperson, Dr. Suresh Main, resource person, Dr. Vilas Raikar, Dr. Ashok Chikte, Mr. Onkar Mane. Valedictory speaker, Dr. Arvind Ubale. Our support system of the conference, Dr. Vilas Ubale. Before delivering the report, I want to share the journey of the conference. The conference was initiated in the month of February 2022, and an advisory committee was formed along with the research cell committee. The advisory committee identified subject expertise globally and took the approval of their willingness to support the conference. The main aim of this conference was to bring together leading academicians, researchers, technocrats, practitioners, and students to share their experience and research outputs on the theme of the conference. It was also meant to provide the interdisciplinary platform to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and the concerns, as well as the practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the respective field of topic. The committee finalized the theme, Global Impact of Collision between the Russia and Ukraine on Economy, which included the 20 sub-themes from different disciplines. I am grateful to the advisory committee for the quick response and the acceptance of their busy schedule. The conference preparation started with call of abstract. An appreciable number of abstracts and papers was received. The next step was the call out for papers, and we are happy to announce that the overwhelming response was received. All the accepted paper will be published in the conference proceedings booklet with the ISBN /ISSN 2319-9202 with and the impact factor of 6.83. Selected papers will be published in the peer-reviewed referred and the UGC approved journal. Since morning, we have the 4 sessions. All speakers delivered their views on the global impact of collision between the Russia and Ukraine on the economy in the different areas. Now we will see the summary of this session. Today's conference started with the college introduction, welcome poem, inaugural speech by our patron, chairman of the college, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, the IQSC Arts and the Commerce Department of St. Hirachan Mutha College successfully hosted an international virtual conference on the global impact of collision between the Russia and Ukraine on the economy. The intellectual presence of the dignitaries and the impressive lineup of the scholars across India. All the scholar participants have carefully selected the topic and have researched and well presented. Their intellectual and brainstorming interaction have explored new dimensions to understand the analysis of the global issues referring Russia and Ukraine. As the conference has acclaimed for sessions with the keynote speaker, Dr. Polakowski from the Poland, our today's keynote speaker has enthralled our audience with their speaking on the vast implications on the world economy and lives of the important aspects. Additionally, the speaker has given us the effect of the war on lives, livelihoods, and the economic growth of will require carefully calibrated policy. A concerted effort will be needed to house refugees, meet their basic needs, and foster smooth integration to the into host communities. Effect on studies of students in different countries. This session has motivated all the listeners with the knowledge and the explicit subject knowledge. Our plenary session chairperson was Dr. Dolly Sunny. 2 research persons delivered speech on the different topics. Dr. Ashok Chikte, his topic is the role of in the conflict between the Russia and the Ukraine. Sir focused on his topic of how to Russia-Ukraine conflict has become an international issue, and not only the neighboring countries, but also the whole world is facing problems due to the conflicts. On other hand, the conflict can be considered as a physical and mental damage to the human being. Mr. Onkar Mane, his topic was role of technology in collision between the Russia and Ukraine. He discussed about the technology. He talked about the Russian army, positive and negative technology, such as the social media in the modern war effect. Chairperson Dr. Dolly Sunny gave remarks on the resource person's speech. In her speech, she discussed the topic, why is India not facing economic crisis and despite COVID pandemic, supply chain distractions, and the Russia-Ukraine war. After that, we are having the technical session, whose chairperson was Dr. Suresh Main. In the technical session of the conference, altogether 6 papers were presented by the participants. Session chairperson, Dr. Suresh Main, summarized and commented on the present papers of the participants and gave suggestions to the participants. Valedictory session, Dr. Arvind Uvare delivered a valedictory speech. This conference, without a shade of doubt, made of academic fraternity richer with the additional literature in the form of scholarly works on the subject. This one-day academic event offered opportunities to the participating audience to interact with academicians, scholars, and experts from all over the world who deliberated upon the covered topics around the issues. This one day consisted of the insightful discussion on various facts of the issue of increased geopolitical risk induced by the Russian invasion and the Ukraine will bear adversely on global economic conditions throughout 2022. Such effects are estimated to reduce the GDP and boost inflation. The views expressed and explored on this platform by resource persons and paper presenters made the audience rethink ideas which we cling on the unthinkingly in our day-to-day life. The conference has enumerated about 20 different topics, and each topic has discussed war implications on educational sector, emotional health of war victims, economical status in the war-affected country, as well over the globe political implications and its repercussions. On the educational front, over 1,800 schools and universities have been changed or destroyed since Russia's invasion on the February 24. According to Ukraine Education Ministry, Russian forces have shelled bombed numerous schools. Both sides have used school as military bases or for storing the weapons. As we all know, operating Ganga, over 15,000 Indians were brought back to the country in over 73 flights. Over 15,920 students were rescued from the battle-torn nations. Most of the research has been discussing the loss of emotional health in both the countries. Civilians from both countries' lives have been changed overnight. Civilians who have been impacted by war are the higher risk of developing mental health issues such as the post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. Our today's scholars have not only shown the realistic view of war and its effects, not only on the physical world, but also on the natural world. The conference ended with these probable outcomes and the conclusion. The conference and its proceedings are stake towards making study to understand the prevalences of the economics. It also discussed how the economy is the center point of the rule over the country. The conference was highly applauded for bringing together great minds from different fields, scholars, and spending constructive time to bring out concerned minds in a respective field. Now, on behalf of St. Hirachand Mutha Shekshanic Trust, St. Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, as a convener of the international conference, would like to conclude the conference report by thanking all the dignitaries, all participants for being part of this international conference and making it successful. Also, I would like to give the special thanks to our college chairman, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, for his guidance and the valuable suggestions. I would also like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, technical team, all teaching, non-teaching staff, and dear students who made this international conference successful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. Now, I would request to all our brilliant participants to come forward and share your valuable feedback with us. Anyone from participants, paper presenters, please come forward.
Yeah, hi ma'am. Rupali here. I want to give an feedback about the conference. It's
Yes,
yeah, it's a really brainstorming session. I have attended since morning till a seconds. So I congratulate all the participants who presented their sharpened views on geopolitical war. And being an academician, it's a really explicit international conference where all the areas has been covered in the conference. Like they have discussed about the weapons, they have discussed about the nuclear power, they have discussed about the emotional health, they have discussed about the educational, the war's implication on education. And yeah, the conference was discussing about the economical strategies on the world. All the topics are presented by the scholar are concerned with human beings, and being an aware citizens, I can understand that this conference has given me a view to being an citizen of India, to look after a whole of the Asian continent, like how the war implication has been affect on other Asian countries, and how they badly driven by this geopolitical war. So I really thanks to the organizing committee, and I really thanks to our respected principal ma'am, Vaishali Gokhale ma'am, and I thanks to our chairman, Sir Mutha sir, for organizing this immense knowledgeable conference. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your feedback. Any other participant who is willing to give feedback? Anyone else who is willing to provide feedback, please come forward. This is a kind of motivation for us. Okay, so proceeding further, special thanks to Madam.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sunita Kasibotla from, I am the assistant professor in this college. This is a very validatory information, and we get more information about crisis going on in the world. This is a very valuable. Thank you for arranging this type of seminar by Chairman Prakash Mutha sir and the team organizing such type of webinars. It is very informative. Thank you so much for this arranging these seminars and webinars.
Thank you, ma'am. Really, thank you. Anyone else? Any participant or paper presenter who is willing to share feedback? Okay, let's proceed further. A special thanks to our participants for sharing your valuable feedback with us. All participants are requested to fill the feedback form. The link of the feedback form has been shared with you in the chat box. Please fill the feedback form. As we came close to the close of our valedictory session, now I invite Mrs. Anuja Brahma ma'am to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Anjali madam. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Well, someone had said gratitude is the attitude which takes you to altitude. And I, Anuja Brahma, IQSC coordinator, would like to grab this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks. It's indeed privilege to thank Dr. Arvind Ubale for accepting our invitation as a guest speaker and enlightening us with his words of wisdom in spite of so many odds. I further extend my sincere thanks to all the advisory committee members for their guidance and support. I would like to thank Mr. Prakash Mutha sir for his valuable guidance and support. I further would like to thank Mrs. Shruti Vaikar madam for her continuous support and guidance. I also extend my sincere thanks to Mrs. Vaishali Gokhale, IC principal, for her support. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated committee members. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Please fill the feedback form link shared in the chat box. Thank you, everyone. We are going to conclude the session with national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Please fill the feedback forms. You will receive e-certificate on your mails after filling the feedback forms. Those who have filled the feedback forms, they can leave the meeting.